without any warning. You will know when it comes. Come.
My everything. Chase a dream. Make a way. Never had a dollar. With my pockets. What I had to do. For my family. My everything. Chase a dream. Make a way. Never had a dollar. With my pockets. What I had to do. For my family. My everything. Chase a dream. Make a way. Never had a dollar. With my pockets. What I had to do. For my family. My everything. Chase a dream. Make a way. My everything. Chase a dream.
As we roll. Girl, gon' make that booty pop like you the baddest. Let's do this. Yeah, the party never stop. Girl, gon' make that booty pop like you the baddest on the block. On the block, yeah, the party never stop. On the block, yeah, the party never stop.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Civ7 Showmatch from CPL. Oh, gotta say, I'm still waking up. So, yeah, need my coffee soon. We do have them starting to actually choose their mementos over here, and I do have to say it is gonna be. Give me a second so I can open up the screen so you can see what I see. So, unfortunately, we don't have a spectator mode in the game, implemented in the game, so we're just gonna need to take a look at their streams. We do have them right now on the screen over here, and we will get some information about their mementos at some point. I only got from the mementos from Schneutzer, and I believe we're gonna also get them from the other one. So it looks like Schneutzer is gonna go for Colada and Tizona for the +2 combustion for units adjacent to 2 or more enemy units. Ooh, Swords of El Cid over there getting in. We do have also Kusagari no Tsurugi, +3 culture per age on happiness buildings, but -1 science per age on happiness buildings. That's a bit unfortunate actually, but I guess you do get a lot of culture. So yeah, it is what it is. The balance of things. So we're gonna have in the game, by the looks of it, whoa, this is in Russian. Amazing Xerxes. We do have over here, let me actually take a look what's going on. Oh man, let's actually see them getting through. By the looks of it, we're gonna need to turn off all of these. Give me a second so I can turn off all of the sounds of the stream, so we don't actually have like 5 different sounds coming in. I did try to, as much as possible, actually how to say, turn off the sounds in the game. I do have the game open, so if we do need to check something up, we definitely have all of the leaders over here and take a look at their choices. Not to mention the mementos. There were quite a few changes in BBG that came out from CPL. Civil actually did try as much as possible to gather the feedback from the players and of course implement it into BBG style mode for Civ7. That's actually quite something that is going on in the communities, in the community right now in CPL mostly, about trying to make Civ7 work. We're going to need to see how things are going to evolve and what are going to be the spawns over here. For each and every one of them. This is Ahsoka, or how do you pronounce this? I'm pretty sure this is this Amina, no, sorry, Amina. Plus the +1 resource capacity for cities, +1 goldish per resource assigned to the cities, and the +5 combat strength for all units in plains and deserts. So it does seem like we're gonna have over here unknown with quite I would say aggressive in nature civilization. We have something like Scythia over here, but not like Scythia. Anyway, looks like Kova's fanboy is gonna be his city name over here. Oh, they did implement this into the game, and they did implement quite a few new, well, I guess resources that the players are gonna get going. I do want to say hello to everybody. Good morning, Civ Players League. Hello, Dresser, and welcome. Subs, bună ziua, domnule, și bine ai venit. Cleozin, also guten Abend. No, Guten Morgen, my head. I'm not sure. Actually, Guten Tag would be the... Yeah, Guten Tag. It's a good day, right? Good day, my head. I also want to say homework's done. Thank you so much for joining, and I do hope we're gonna get to see some awesome gameplay over here coming up from the boys from CPL. They did play quite a bit in the last months or so since the game came out, and they did... managed to get, of course, quite a bit of skill on their side. Schneutzer over here has been one of the, I think, one of the most constant streamers that we've had in Civ7. He hasn't played Civ6, but he did play Civ5, and now we do see him right here. Let me actually take a look, because I do see, Marco Polo and Silk. Okay, that's, got it. That's his mementos over here, Marco Polo and Silk. Got it. Okay. Let's come back and see what things are going on. So, what are the spawns? We're going to have some desert over here for Xerxes. He's going to have incense with ivory for those extra production points towards wonders. He's going to have the silk over here. More incense on the western side. Okay. And more, and some horses in the bottom left over there. Quite far away, though. We're going to need to see how he's going to set up his cities so we can figure out, of course, the next quarter, I would say, setup that he's going to try to get over here. I do see immediately that he's gonna have a lot more forest than he's gonna have hills, so we definitely will see him try to go for those saw pits, I believe they're called, so he can get the extra production on all of those tiles over here. And the mines are probably not gonna be required. Look at that, he barely has any hills. We do have Naex also with this should be Napoleon, no? Machiavelli, sorry, not Machiavelli. I'm not gonna say the name until I actually see this. It is what it is, man. Let's see, Machiavelli over here, the leader portraits, man, coming up from Civ6 into Civ7 is gonna take a while to learn every one of them, but that's why we do this. We do have Athena over here, or Athena, whatever you want to call it, coming up with, let's see, what do we have over here? Some marble, some wine. We're gonna see him also starting to expand to the west side, where he has a lot of food coming up from those dates. We do have him also with the Keolin to the southwest, and it looks like a pretty good city over there southwest. Also north, I see a city-state quite close to him on the western side over here. We're going to need to see if he's going to want to keep his influence to actually pick it up, or we're gonna try to take it out entirely with his army. We also do need to take a look at Schneutzer, which is gonna have, give me a second over here. Oh yeah, we need to take a look. Is this the guy, Charlemagne over here? Look at him coming up into the game with military and science buildings receive happiness level adjacency to quarters. They also do gain 2 free cavalry units once unlocked when entering a celebration. Plus, that's a lot of free units, man. If you supercharge your how to say, your happiness over there. +5 combat strength also for cav units during a celebration. It kind of seems like they're picking up these civilizations with that extra damage bonus that I guess we are used to seeing in Civ6 also as a go-to method to actually stay alive in the game, because you know at the end you actually want to finish the game. I don't want to mention now, so I don't actually forget during the game. We did have. I don't know what we might have. I guess is the correct word. A game of Civ 6 later on today. CWC season 10 is still ongoing. The big question is if we're actually gonna finish this game before the next one starts, or we're not gonna get the next one. It's one of two options, and we're gonna need to see how things evolve. Okay, so it looks like we do have Charlemagne over here starting off, or I should say Schneutzer starting off with his +2 culture for the set for the initial city. So he's gonna want to get through the civic tree a little bit faster, and I do also see he has the same thing as his well, I guess as his competitor over there. He has a lot of forest, and he's gonna need to get the soapits. Not that many mines. I do see the second city to the northwest is gonna have a few more mines, although it's not that many. We also do have him with a very weak Jaguar Slayer that got to bonk against something. I don't know what that guy did, but unfortunately doesn't have that much life. And the scouts are definitely quite important in the game, so you do see your adjacent territory. You do want to get as much information as possible. And as you can see, having them damaged might actually be quite a problem. We do also need to take a look at Civ7 here, that we do have him in the game, and I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to take a look really quickly who is that. I believe this is the, yeah, Batuta. We do have him with the gain 2 wildcard attribute points after the first civic in every age, +1 site for all units, and the gain endeavor called trade maps. Do you guys see this properly? I think you do see this properly, right? I'm doing this right. Is it full game or one age? That's a good question. Well, I believe it's actually going to be dependent on the what kind of resource they're going to have during the game, of how long it will take. Maybe they are what, 6 in the game right now, so it's a 6-man FFA. Wait, we do have somebody that they didn't open up a stream. I think this. I didn't open up I can spell. Yeah, I can spell. That's actually quite. I like the name. I can spell. He can spell. He can actually spell. I love it. Love it. We do have them going on the first map over here, which I'm pretty sure there's going to be quite a few wars between them. I'm not sure if it's just like in Civ 6. It's kind of hard to predict if the game, even if FFAs, it's kind of hard to predict if the game is going to end up on turn 60 or it's going to end up on turn 120. You don't know from the beginning of the game. We will need to see during the game how they're going to get to use their magical powers over here from their civilizations and try to get all of the bonuses on their side. Yasudarapura does have wait a second, we got quite a few of those nice juicy extra production resources there. I like some silk also, and from what I do notice also he's the first one that we do see him benefiting from salt. Oh yes, the salt, you gotta get the salt in, man. And I do see he's gonna have also some golden camels on the western side. Camels definitely gonna give him more slots for those resources in whatever city he's gonna choose, probably his capital, to get more. I do see some camels are also gonna be southeast, so it does seem like he's gonna have quite a bit more slots than his opponents, or I should say his contenders over here for the throne. We do also see he did discover one of the culture city states towards the north, and I do see him choosing to go for the western side, right next to those camels. I mean, okay, interesting that well, there are some things. Most of the time you don't want to leave your city center at least one tile ring around the city center to be open, so you can actually get those districts done and try to actually connect them with another city, or try to get as many yields as possible from their adjacency to each other, insert wonders and so on. Usually it's not really the go-to strategy to actually put your city next to other resources, but sometimes, or cliffs or mountains or stuff like that, sometimes you do need to do it, and it does seem like he's gonna choose to actually go right next to those camels. And yeah, just like Homorsnan is saying, camels are king in this game. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. If you don't have camels, you might not get how to say the win condition over there for the economy. That's unfortunate though. You don't have slots, you cannot get that. And of course we're going to need to see how the players are going to try to actually get ahead of each other over here with even the war, denying their opponents from actually getting through with all of the bonuses they need. You can see the UI has been a bit changed. There are quite a few mods that are being used in the games. I think in this particular game, I'm not sure exactly about the mod list, but I'm pretty sure we can actually take a look and see what is going on in one of the channels channels, join code channels. There we go. So we can see, there we go. So Udemania did set up a game a lot earlier than this one. And oh, by the way, there was a rule. Do we see the rule over here? We don't see the rule over here. So from what I understand, Arju did explain that the bombard attack from the commander cannot be used offensively against naval units because it can do a lot of destruction really quickly, and it's a bit OP because yeah, whoever fired first is gonna get the game. We do also have by the looks of it policy yields previews, so you can actually see what they do. BBG, of course, Sukritak simple UI adjustments, enhanced town focus. This is a good question of how the players are actually gonna use their towns over here for their focuses. Most of the time it's trade towns or a food town, so they can actually grow their other cities. We're going, and of course get the gold. We're going to need to see if they choose something else for those. Also cool UI quick button added, okay, and then we do have the player count, sure, and the TCS improved tooltip, okay. Okay, so let's actually see. We do have also to the northeast over here of Batuta, he's going to have another one of those military city-states. Quite powerful if you do manage to actually secure it. He's not making that much influence right now. As you can see, actually, I can turn this off so we can see the whole screen. In the top part, you're going to have a few of these currencies, I would call them, actually. It's kind of currencies, right? You're going to have the influence that you're going to get to spend on something else. You're going to have the gold that you're also going to need to spend on something else. You got also those science and the culture points that again you're gonna get to spend them on either the tech tree or the civic tree. We do have, as you can see, him starting off with his settlers here. He does want to get extra gold from his priesthood from the card. He did open up another policy slot quite quickly, so he can actually work more cards. It's actually very useful to have a lot of slots in your empire, just like it, exactly like it is in Civ 6. And when you do manage to get like Forbidden City and how to say like a Big Ben, for example, for the economic policy slot, Alhambra for the military policy slot, so you do add a few more cards to use in the game. I do also want to quickly put my chats in order here. Judas the Snake, good evening, sir, and welcome. Also, yeah, thank you. I'm not wearing, I'm just, yeah, I'm not just wearing a hat. So this is a game, dead game observation. Neo, good evening, sir. Also, good day, Armada Siracusa, and welcome. Mittag, that's what you're saying, Judas the Snake. I should have said Mittag, good and Mittag. So that's what good midday, that's what it means, or is it good afternoon? I think it is good afternoon, right? That's what it means. Anyway, yeah, we do not have, unfortunately, we do not have the spectator slot actually available for us because Fireaxis didn't actually want to get it in. I'm not sure why. It is what it is, and we're going to need to take a look at their streams from Discord. I mean, to be honest, it's not that bad. If you do have, I mean, we're going to need to see during the game if we're going to have that much, that many problems with the pixelation over here or the resolution. Hopefully not. And well, I do see the third city over here of Ibatuta is probably going to go east side as he's looking towards those mountains. He's also going to be looking to gather that those resources over there. Going on fresh water is not really ideal. You can do it, not really ideal, because you do need the city to actually grow as quickly as possible. Just like in Civ 6, there's a lot of mechanics that definitely are comparable to Civ 6 when you're counting out the food requirement of the city centers or the production that you're going to get. And most of the time you do want to get, you know, exactly like in Civ 6, to try to one turn, two turn everything that you need. I do also notice he did meet quite a few players. He has over here Amina as his neighbor towards the southeast, and I do want to move towards the next ones. Wait, who is it? Who is it here? Oh my god, I actually clicked the screen and I don't know. Okay, there we go. This is Amina. Looks like Kusa did actually settle right in the face of his opponent. He does have the desert next to him, and he's going to have some cotton tiles over there. We do have him improving his horse, and from what I do see, going for that third city and the fourth immediately after. He does have his commander moving, scouting a little bit to the right side, and I do see he sent his scouts quite far away in the southwest. He has quite a bit of territory towards the south that he's going to need to split with the blue civilization, which is, let's see, this is not the blue civilization, this is the blue civilization, and we're going to have actually Nayax. Nayax was the south of Amina over here. with Machiavelli. We definitely need to see if he's gonna go to forward settle his opponent. Looks like we just got the perfect moment. He's going to forward settle his opponent. We do see that he's gonna get already his improvements on his tiles, or some of the improvements on his tiles. I don't see any district yet being set by him, but I didn't see actually his full territory. Yeah, there is a district over here. I would imagine it is the production district and not something like, you know, granaries or stuff. It is actually quite how to say, quite an advantage to actually have so much extra food from the beginning, and usually it's a very good procedure to actually get to finish the quarters as quickly as possible. Remember, you do actually need to get 2 of these improvements into a quarter if you do want to get the benefits of those extra adjacency points. We do also see Gnosos got settled on the western side. He's about to actually meet his opponent. Unfortunately, he cannot take that settler. This would have been a very, very good moment for Civ6 to actually, you know, scream right now, because the settler was just open, left naked over there. But for some reason, even if they're opponents, they're just looking at each other. So basically you see the scout moving, and then the settler is like, yay, hello there. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like definitely not how to say, not expected mechanics over there to actually have so much defense. There's like an invisible shield over there on the settler. We do have also in the south the civilizations being open up, and as you can see, he's gonna be in between 2 opponents, one towards the north and one towards the south. Not an easy game over here for Naix in the next period. We do also need to take a look, who did we have over here? Ooh, already the salts are getting in, and look at those extra resources that are getting in over here for Khmer. We do also need to see where is he. So he did pick up the mainly distributed power for the 10% production that he's gonna get on all of his cities on producing buildings, and from what I do see, he didn't yet invest, or at least I don't see that he did invest into one of his city states the influence. He has an insane amount of influence. You do see in the top left part of the screen, it's 287 points of influence that he gets to use on something. We're gonna need to see if it's gonna be city states, if it's gonna be something else. Also not that at all, FFA and team games, yeah. I think they're more referring to the total player base, but I do have to agree, in CPL there are quite a few games that are being played over here with Civ7. There definitely is a good portion of the player base that do like the game. Maybe with some improvements, with some you know, really good ideas. Maybe in 6 months, a year, 3 years, I don't know, or maybe it's gonna become a good game. I have no idea. We shall wait and see. I do see there's quite a bit of usage over here in Khmer's territory with I would say oh my god, with the bill queue. It took me a little while to actually remember the name over there. I do have to say, since there was a bug over here with the wonders, that unfortunately if somebody actually finished a wonder right before you and you had it in the bill queue, and the production overflow rolled into something else, whatever something else you wanted to get, it didn't work. And we already have a desync for 2 players, 3 players. Oh my god, the screens are all going dark. What are we doing here? The screens are all going dark. Never mind, it's all good. It's fast. It will coming back fast over here. Also, it's 2 months old. Civ6 was pretty bad at this, so try not to compare a 10-year-old game to a 2-month-old game. I don't think we're comparing. Okay, there are a few things that need or do not need comparison. First of all, I think most of the player base does want to see the developers actually learning from their previous how to say, and their previous challenges, and the solutions that they actually implemented to fix the previous challenges. So when the player base sees that, hey, this is the fix for the same problem that you have in the game, and you didn't implement it, it becomes frustrating for the players, and it's totally normal. They have some expectations that okay, these lessons we already passed through this road, we don't need to pass through this road again, because we know the end and we can actually just get to the end directly. And that creates frustration, unfortunately. It is what it is. You cannot help it. It's psychology. And a lot of the players are expecting, I do have to say, they're expecting very good quality coming out from Firaxis, because they did deliver with the other games. They did deliver very, very good thought out games. Now, they will have the same expectation for Civ7, and right now, I guess it's up to the players to say if Pharaxis actually did deliver on that idea or not. I do see some ship tiles are also going to get over here. Improved, and from what I do see, he did manage to get the salt in the city of Carthage. Got only the second city. I don't see the the third one is actually on the eastern side, Motia over there, and I do see he's in the lower tundra. He didn't actually expand his vision that much. You can see he didn't actually discover that many cities from his opponent. This is the southern neighbor of how to say Machiavelli over here, and we do see he's gonna have a decent amount of tundra to actually expand into. Not that big of a problem to go into the tundra in Civ7, but it's still a bit of a problem to go into the tundra. He does have a lot of silver there that is gonna definitely help him out with the buying of units, and I do see he's also gonna get quite a few extra production ones on the right side over there. The Jade and Gypsum, I believe. We also do have him starting to go, and finally, this is the first city state that he actually finds on the western side of his map over here, and he's already getting attacked. Is that the same city state, or is that another city state that is attacking him in the city of Hippo? I think it's another one, because I do see a slinger coming. Oh my god, even a scout. That city of Hippo is in trouble. Hippo CP trouble. Hippo CP city trouble. Let's see what I can spill has to say over here. Oh, he is okay. So we do know that. Charlemagne, what is he doing? Still discovering his territory. Actually, already has a border with Xerxes by the looks of it. Towards the north, you see that Lindsay did actually get settled right next to him, and he's trying to scout out what's going on over there. I'm pretty sure Xerxes is actually in a bit of a precarious situation over here with not that much territory to settle. Oh my god, no, that's not true. He has a lot of territory. It's mostly thunder, so it does seem like he's not gonna actually choose to go there. And there we go, the production of all of these amazing units over here coming out from Xerxes to pick up the challenge against their opponents. We're going to need to see how he's gonna do it. You can see he's also trying to pre-place his districts quarters as quickly as possible. That is the monument that he's gonna want to get. No, he just changed his mind. He wants to go all out war. This is gonna be from the start, by the looks of it, a war against Charlemagne there. Not really ideal. Also, Aquadrian, good evening, sir, and welcome. Because Headline Bugs should justify Civ7 with even more issues. Yeah. Aquadrian is saying quite an interesting thing over here. I don't know, only because Civ6 release version had a lot of issues and bugs should justify releasing Civ7 with even more issues. Yes, basically. It's like you're always gonna need to go for a race, and you never train for the race, basically. Which, to be honest, I cannot condemn that, but there is a certain reaction that the players will have, and that's one of the things that I really wanted to do today. I didn't actually get to train myself that much on speaking out on Civ7. I do know, of course, the game, and I did actually play quite a bit, and I did but most of the time I just stream the Civ6 content, which is the moment much juicier. We're going to need to see if I'm going to actually manage to get to correctly predict what's going on over here, even without the little tiny details that the game gives us, because to be honest, a lot of the details over here are actually min-maxing, how to say, adding or subtracting, I should say, the resources, giving you those extra points of bonus, which at the end of the game, some do matter, like definitely the salt, the silver, if you have it, the gold, for example, is going to matter a lot, and a bit of the production from the beginning, but not so much as it was in Civ6, really not so much as it was in Civ6, so there are quite a few things that I'm pretty sure they're common, and of course, again, food production, growth of the city centers, position of the city centers, armies, the timings and so on. It's going to be important for the players to actually know that they do need to do I would say their war units. They're going to need to successfully counteract their opponents, and as you can see, we already have a war unfolding here with Xerxes going for his fourth city. He's starting to pump out his units here. I'm a bit I gotta say, I'm a bit curious why he's not getting those quarters done. I guess he does have a plan in mind. Let's take a look at what's going on his on the other side of the map over here. Looks like we do have another one of these pop-ups giving Amina some bonuses. I believe we're on Amina screen. No, wait a second. There's still 284 influence with 11 per 10, and he's not using it for anything, not city states, not anything. He's not doing it. He did manage to get those salt mines. He's gonna get 2 of them. Has us. Okay, there we go, click on it. Click. No, he's not clicking. He's not befriending anybody. He has already vision over 3 of these city states. Maybe he's planning to take them out. We also have him with the same problem actually as his southwestern neighbor. Xerxes is starting to get an army out, and yeah, that's gonna cause the problem. The alliance is quite different actually. Using the influence points, you can get quite a few bonuses from the trading alliances with your I guess contenders in the same game. You do manage to get the research alliance, for example, for the extra I would say points of science. You do have the culture one, you do have also the food one, and the celebration, which actually introduces into a game quite an interesting mechanic that we had basically represented by the era switch in the previous one, like going into a gold and going into a normal or a dark age. It's right now represented a lot differently by adding the happiness as basically a counter. You basically have a pool. When it reaches up above, boom, you get the celebration. 5 turns, woo, everybody's jumping over there in the city centers, trying to get the work done much faster, and of course getting some bonuses. We don't have all of the information of because we cannot click to actually take a look at what kind of government they picked or what kind of bonuses they're gonna have. Unfortunately, that's a bit of extra information that we don't have access to. Even if we do take a look at the streams, we would need to actually take a look at the streams at the correct moment in time to actually see what he's choosing. So we don't know if they picked up at the beginning of the game, what kind of bonuses they picked up at the beginning of the game. I don't have to say, most of the time I think I actually picked oligarchy like 99% of the time, because whatever. But the food is how to say, the food and happiness is very important to actually have balanced in the game, so you can always get those celebrations going, or at least have a good tempo on the celebrations, and of course keep it in balance with all of the other developments that you actually need to get. Also, it's clear the 2K for 6 months earlier, but given that it has good core gameplay and it's a fun game, despite it being incomplete, it's certainly not a game to write off, which is the misinformation I'm trying to counter. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Yeah. Now, what do we have over here? We're gonna have the commander actually starting to sit in the north of Charlemagne City. One Cabnal does not have a defensive unit, and we already see quite a few of those magical archers coming off from the northwest. Xerxes is definitely gonna want to get out and play. We also have quite far away actually into the south the discovery of the other territory here. Let me actually take a look at the south. Where is the south? Come on, here. This was the southern nation, right? I think this was the southern nation. Okay, we still have him with again a lot of influence available for him, and okay, this was the southern nation. He did manage to get his fourth city towards the south, and I do see Hippo is still getting attacked. He did get a slinger over there to defend that city center, and I gotta say another interesting mechanic in Civ7. You don't take out the unit of the city center while it is in the city center. Basically, what you do is do a lot of damage to the city center instantly, and then you do need to go through the unit health also to take out or conquer the city. We also do have them using, of course, the scouts abilities over here to gather as much information as possible and as quickly from getting to those goody huts. They're called differently. They have like 4 different names here, but it's still goody huts. They're still tiki huts. They're still getting those basically the same kind of the same bonuses that. I do see a discipline has been open here in the Civic 3, and looks like he's gonna need to go. He's gonna go mid 3. We do have him getting the gold, and I do see the extra culture coming up. Oh, this is gonna get a bit confusing when we're gonna be needing to talk about the details here. I guess we don't need that many details. Monuments first for Xerxes, so he can get all of those culture points going. He's going for the 5th settler quite quickly, and I do have to say he does have discovery irrigation, which is gonna give him another city slot. So he can actually place another city center. You can see he has 4 out of 4. That's the maximum. That's the cap that he can get the cities out. And from what I do notice, they do have the moment. I don't think they actually made that many deals. So they're well, he's kind of mad. He's very mad at Charlemagne, but I'm pretty sure that he's mad of Charlemagne because he settled his southern city very close to Charlemagne, and also Charlemagne did manage to get all of that, all of those goodies over there, all of those resources from his city. So the screens go black again. Look at that. Oh my God, man, they're going black. Anyway, even if you guys that they released it too fast, they are too big and too experienced company to do such looking. That's why I believe they are getting what they deserve at this point. If we buyers community won't point it out, those companies are ready to believe that's the correct way to go. Sell beta versions. Oh yeah. I totally agree with Adrian over here. I really dislike the idea of actually. I would say forcing the player base into fixing the game instead of being honest about it, saying it's an early beta and just work with the player base. I think it's a much more open relationship. How to say honest relationship. If you said otherwise, it's a dishonest relationship, and I personally don't like it. I mean, it's your opinion to make for yourself whatever you think of this, and I'm pretty sure that the player base, even if they see me, if they don't see me, they still make their own opinion about what do they think Phyrexis did with all of their relationship over here. It is what it is. I think it is, right? It is kind of a relationship, from the developers of the game to the customers of the game. Also, Homorstan was saying, no settler grab. Yes, man, no settler grab. They cannot. I'm telling you, the settlers are basically shielded, invisible shields. We also do have befriending. Finally, somebody's befriending something. And a good point over there, Homorstan was saying on YouTube that he's saving influence for the war support. We'll see if that's actually gonna be his choice here. We will get more. We will get more. What problems? Still waiting for hot seat and improvements like a pause button and an option to remove the combat animations. Yeah, I agree that 2K is so, and we can't change that with Civ7. We can only continue to give Phyrexis feedback so they can fix the game. I mean, I hope you understand. You're basically telling everybody that we should actually be very happy paying a lot of money to play the beta. I don't know, Kanak. I don't know if that's the way to go. I think we should be honest with the community. We shouldn't lie to them, no? Let's not pull a Herson. What do we have here? Lingapura gonna get those J tiles, and by the looks of it, we're gonna also have quite a few of these. Let me actually see. Cities developed on the right side. Tiwanuku was the one getting converted. Unfortunately, there's no actually progress bar over there unless we actually click on the city center to see if the influence did go through. Let's actually take a look if we do have any more differences here, any more developments in the south. Okay, more jade improved with gypsum. Improved. Oh my god, it's clicking so fast. The dates for the extra food in the capital city, he's gonna want to get, well, I guess he does have a decent amount of influence, so he can actually get those extra happiness points, so he can from the trades of the alliance. We do have him, of course, choosing to go for the monuments, and you do see he did choose civilization with the extra food points, so he can actually grow his cities a lot faster. The 3-1 does look good over there, but I do have to say, by the looks of it, he's actually thinking of how he should actually expand this, and unfortunately, again, he's not getting those bonuses from the adjacency of the quarters to each other. Now, we do also see the scouts are going around Charlemagne's cities, and we'll find out about Xerxes' position towards the north. He might actually even find out about that army over there that he's gonna need to be careful about. We do need to take a look at Sivat also, that is looking on Charlemagne cities, also looking at Machiavelli cities over here in the south. He did actually get a lot of look at the vision of this guy. He actually did manage to get all of those scouts with so much vision everywhere. I didn't see any wonder being placed or built over here, although that might be one. We do also notice the commander is starting to get some experience points since he has been fighting the armies in the north over there with going against the city state. One of his cities might actually be taken out. You've seen how much it actually went down. Half HP, less than half HP. Well, That's a bit unfortunate. Let's take a look at the Schneutzer. What is he doing? He's getting a codex by the looks of it. He did manage to get his units out. Oh, I see. So Schneutzer is actually Charlemagne. Oh, yeah. Well, we do have him already going for wheel and getting those heavy chariots. And from what I do notice, he's starting to pump out quite a few of them, moving them towards the north. Did I see a trebuchet over here? Oh my god. What is that getting built over here in the city of Webcam now? That kind of looks like a trebuchet. Anyway. Yeah, we do have him also dying. He just died. He just outright died, man. Also, Aquarian, besides fixing the game, they need to change their approach too. They need to listen more to everyone that's trying to help them because they actually care about. I think we all Civ enthusiasts waited for the next Civ. They just didn't deliver, and the way they manage communication with buyers, community just sucks. Yeah. There is constant communication going on their Discord. Again, it's a matter of actually managing expectations over there that I think they're not actually doing proper. Unfortunate. There's a lot of expectations from the player base for a company this big and with such a long, I would say, track record. Okay, so we do have also in the south a few of these barbarian warriors that are going against the Hippo. Does look like Mochi over there is gonna be one of the allied cities of his opponents. War has been declared already. We do have quite a bit more. That's such a weird mechanic, by the way. You add basically combat strength to your. Oh my god, man! You add combat strength by using influence points to your armies just by clicking a button. It's amazing. Yeah, it's. Wow, ballistas. Okay, ballistas. They're called ballistas. Anyway. Now we do have him also getting the +1 science. He has 3 cards right now. He didn't manage to get the card yet for faster production towards military units. He will get it soon, and we're gonna need to see if he's gonna get to use it. We do have a commander also from Xerxes, and I do wanna say I do wanna see the preparation of Xerxes over there. Oh, there we go. There we go. So we do have 3 of those ranged units, 4 5 ranged units. He's getting the 6th one coming up from a city that cannot be named. I think that's his capital city. Actually, he does have a star, and you do see that he's trying to place them in a line as much as possible to deny the ability of his opponents to actually double shot or triple shot them. Actually, triple shot them. Well, we do have him getting also a codex for himself. Oh no, he went for the influence. He didn't want those extra points coming up from the codex in one of his slots in his city centers. Well, to be honest, I don't think he actually has libraries right now. I'm pretty sure he went for the monuments first so he can get those culture points, and we did see that happening. And looking at what he needs to be doing here, yeah, that's a bit of an issue. That is a bit of an issue. Okay. He did manage to get some of those improvements, the traits on his empire there, but I have no idea exactly. It's in Russian. It's in Russian. It is what it is. Anyway, PentaQ, good evening, sir, and good day, sir, and welcome. Hope the game is fun. We'll see. We'll see how it is. It's looking fun, but we don't know a little bit where the wars rule the game. These are some of the top Civ7 MP players. Yeah, that they did actually play in CPL quite a bit. Also, Homer Stan is saying if you lose a city to the Barbs, that's a Civ sin. Yes, that is a Civ sin actually. Losing a city to the Barbs is definitely a Civ sin. I'm gonna call it now. Right now they're trying to gas down the fire, but it already spread to half the forest. Have you seen their approach half a year ago? Man, okay, then I'm on the front lines over here. You know, like, well, what can I do, man? What can I do? Like, more than actually telling them outright, hey, look, this, and this, and that. There's not much that we can do. We can only just wait and see what's going on. You know? Anyway, it's a good thing that we still have a decent, more than decent amount of interest in Civ6. Otherwise, I would have just lost my job, no? It is what it is. Let's actually take a look. Unknown. What do we have over here? We do have him still starting to still expanding his cities. I don't see any army build-up at all actually from him. We do have him trying to sim, and I do have to say he did actually get those districts around the city centers and not actually expanding them towards the other cities. He did have actually a pretty good setup over there between Kusai and Creek if he wanted to get that going. Not to mention from his capital, I do see he might have had a triple triangle over here, or I should say a triangle between Alabama and his capital and the southwestern city. It's actually quite interesting to see how the players are getting their quarters and also their districts down. Yes, a lot of yields are coming out from some of the times, but it's a difference of looking into the future or getting the instant yields. Sometimes, or I should say most of the time, you're gonna have quite a few yields that are coming out immediately. But if you do manage to make some sacrifices there and actually get to connect the quarters properly between the cities, you actually do get more yields, which is something right now that I don't actually see being done over here between the players. And we're going to need to see if he's going to start to be aggressive over here with the Mississippian nation. Well, Machiavelli in the south, I don't think he actually... we got... okay. War! We got war! Schneutzer is going in! Schneutzer is going in, and Xerxes is stream. Okay, yeah, he's just right now he's not happy. He's definitely not happy. We got Schneutzer getting into Lindsay, and I do see he already took out one of the first archers that was in that triple line of units. So we do have Lindsay getting under siege. The walls are already 150%, and as you can see, the siege units are taking that city out quite quickly. We do have also the heavy chariots managing to double shot these archer units, and they did manage to take out one of those units, but it's not enough. We got more in the commander that will actually get out over there. There are, of course, there is also the pillaging ability of these units, and I do see the army commander is going heavy over there with his bonuses. Also, Aquarian was saying, yeah, don't take me wrong, I'm still supporting Civ, I just expected more from them. Yes, we all did. We all did, and we knew it's definitely possible. That's the sad part. It's quite sad that we bought the game and we need to wait now for all of the fixes. All we can hope for that they learn from this and will just to not make the same mistake. What do you mean? They did this with Civ 6 and Civ 5 also. They're definitely not learning. I don't know what that's a big hope, Aquadrian. I just like manage expectations, you know. They're never gonna learn. They're not gonna learn. This is their go-to strategy. It's probably a procedure that has been implemented a long time ago. It cannot be something else, which is kind of sad, right? Which is very sad, actually. Anyway, we're going to need to see if the interest is actually going to be rising up in the next period. I did actually, you know, like I watch this every day. I watch the numbers every day between Civ 6 and Civ 7, how it is actually growing. I do have to mention, I did see a bump. It's a little bump, but I did see a bump over here with the new patch. We're going to need to see if it will actually get to, you know, counter this downfall with the fixes, or it's still gonna go down after a week. At the moment we do have 15,772 players playing yesterday, but Civ 6 still keeps going with 38,000. It is what it is. Okay, so it looks like Lindsay's defenses have been taken down. We do have the heavy chariots right next to it that are going to try to take that city center. There still is a unit in the city center, and by the looks of it, there is a counter-attack in that city of Khmer, Charlemagne, I mean. Now, we do have also him trying to actually get some sim up in the other sides. Okay, the city of Hippo, it looks like it's getting attacked by some barbs. It shouldn't be a problem. There are more than enough warriors here, and I do see some slingers right behind them to actually get this done. And to be honest, I'm actually a bit surprised that he's attacking into his opponents. Actually spending health from your units is a lot more problematic in this game than it was in Civ 6, because in Civ 6 you had that mechanic of actually promoting your units and getting back the health. Right now, if you actually spend the health of your units, you actually need to spend time to get it back, so you always need to take that into account. And most of the time it's actually much better procedure to just let the units of your opponents, you know, just attack into you, or I should say the barbs attack into you if you can. Exactly like in Civ 6. Exactly like in Civ 6. Let's take a look if Xerxes is actually gonna get some units here. No, okay, this is Charlemagne. What it was Xerxes' stream? Kage Gonami. This was Xerxes' stream. He does have multiple cities that are trying to get units out as quickly as possible towards that southern front. And I do see new heavy chariots are showing up on the battlefield here from Schneutzer that are gonna keep on doing the damage against that city center. There still is that unit over there that is keeping the city center in his grasp. We're going to need to see if this turn, okay, there we go. We're just a few seconds away from actually seeing this. I do also want to say there's zero support over there between them. I do see on the war path on the top right of the screen over here, we do have zero support. Zero support. So they did manage to tie this out with their influence points. That was a lot of influence being invested. You see he's down to like 26. No, the screens are going black again. Oh my god, we're getting hit with these things. Everybody, look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Oh man, this is like in the Independence Day when you actually, you know, had that attack going against the mothership of the aliens, and the mothership started shooting, pew, 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 and then all of the screens of those fighters just, you know, went black. It is what it is. Dee, 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 dee. You know, they started in sequence over there. Dee, 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 dee. Oh my god, man. Yeah, it's just about the setup over here. And don't get me wrong, these things are actually quite quick. That's a good thing about the game. It's unfortunate that we do have these things, and from what I've played, you do have unfortunately quite a few numbers being changed actually during the sometimes during these things. Oh my god, we also have a 5-axis report. Well, Schneutzer. Yeah. Yeah, the game said, bro, you're too good for this game, man. You're too good for this game. Why do you want to win the game so quickly? No, slow down. We want to show the game. Anyway, we're gonna need to see him get back on track. That's another good perk that Civilization 7 has. The fact that you actually do get very quickly back into the game here. And I do need to put up the stream again so we can actually see. Oh my god, it's actually again the 5-axis report. Yeah, well, I guess the aliens got him, man. The aliens got, and they got the other ones also. Look at this. Oh my god, there's a lot. Okay. Yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, they did, but I think the feedback after Civ 6 wasn't as mad as now, and that's why I'm stating that we really need to show frustration, or they will think it's the way to go. Oh, for sure, we need to show frustration. Yes, yes, but Civ 7 launch was even worse than Civ 5 and 6. You have to go back to Civ 4 with Soren to get a game that was released with a complete game. Ranged units are king in the Antiquity age. Yes, I'm a big fan of those burning arrows myself. I really like the Civ 7 influence points as a part of warfare. Sadly, we don't have a pause button. Players just have to hard join. Yeah, and I do see everybody's back in the lobby, so they can actually get to fix this a little bit better. Unfortunately, Schneutzer stream, let me actually send a message here. Yeah, still showing the 5-axis crash tab. It crashed and burned, man. Let's actually see. Can we find a meme of this? It crashed and burned. Where is it? Oh my god, come on. Let's get a meme. Let's get a meme. Let's get a meme going. Yeah, I love the fire arrows, man. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I do believe this game could have been great from the get-go. They just needed to do quite a bit more homework. Not even homework, actually. I think a little bit more thought about the timing of everything. And unfortunately, they just, right now, it's not synchronized with how it should be actually for the players, but maybe that's just my opinion. For example, personally, I think I would have actually changed the age split quite a bit, so it's actually a little bit less. So like you take around 25%, 30% of the age technologies and civics, take them out and rearrange them into the other ages. That would mean that you're gonna get how to say through a few more ages to actually get to the modern, and it would have probably needed to actually implement that. I'm pretty sure they could have done a lot better with all of the switches of the ages, also with not losing units, with not losing cities, not losing towns. It's kind of stupid that you actually get a whole reset, an entire reset, and those mechanics don't seem like they're gonna go out, unfortunately, and that's one of the things that is slowing down the game massively right now from being spectacular. That is a problem. Oh well, I guess we're going to need to see if they're gonna fix it with what they have right now. They definitely are. I'm pretty sure, you know, I'm a big man, I can admit that there are multiple ways to solving a problem. We're going to need to see what kind of solution they're gonna find to this problem. The player base not really, how to say, jumping into this. I think the major major reason is they do not get the same experience of Civ 6 to actually be able to go without a pause from the beginning of an empire to the end of an empire. It's basically like 3 or multiple empires, whatever ages they're gonna put, that you're gonna get to develop. Not as personal as it was in Civ 6, Civ 5, Civ 4, Civ 3, Civ 2, you know, like not as personal. And this change up, unfortunately, will hurt them a lot. They lost millions on this idea. Really, they literally lost millions into this idea. We'll see if they do manage to get those millions back when if they fix the game, right? If they fix the game and the players are actually gonna want to play, if they want to play and spend the money on and the time on it, we'll see. I want to keep my hopes up, though. This is what it is. We do have a CWC game ongoing also. Let me actually take a look at what is Hash the Carry doing. Unlucky going against Sloji Memas. What is he doing? Ooh, they're 111. Oh my god, that's a long game. And it looks like they're gonna go for space. Huh, interesting. It might be a space victory. I didn't see exactly who's gonna get a space victory, but it might be a space victory. Very nice, very nice. Let me actually slow this down and get my chats in order over here. Okay. Ooh, okay, military units. They finally got back into the game here. So we still have quite a few arrow units coming up from the north. It does seem like those heavy chariots did get the damage done that they should have done against their opponents. They didn't have enough. He didn't have enough units by the looks of it. Schneutzer is starting to run out of these heavy chariots. Only has 2 of them and 2 of those siege units. And it does seem like the moment he cannot take the city, or at least not yet. And we do have the defenses that are being taken out by these. I think this is the previous turn, if I'm not mistaken. They actually reloaded on a turn that we already did see its outcome, and we're going to need to keep moving on the other side. Give me a second so I can see if Schneutzer does have his stream. Yes, he does have his stream. Okay. But it's not working. Oh well, I guess it is what it is. Let's see if it's gonna load in some time. We also do see again that city to the west, right? Oh my god, man. Give me a sec. What was it? What was it? A stupid name. Amina. Okay, mining town for one of his cities. Looks like the eastern one from his capital city. He did get quite a few districts also built in his capital. I don't know how many of those are. I see only 1 quarter by the looks. Oh no, two, no, 1 quarter. I see only 1 quarter. The other ones are districts around it. Yeah, you do see actually the buildings in them. He did. Well, anyway, he did start to actually discover his northern territory. Doesn't know about the wars yet, and from what I do see, he still has land to actually settle to the western side. Doesn't actually need to go for war if he actually wants to get his military legacy paths. There are quite a few things that the game basically forces you to get. First of all, it's city count. You do need to get the city count for the military legacy path. You do need to get to trade with your allies or get as many resources as possible in your empire by settling cities somewhere, so you can add as many of those resources in your city center slots, and you can get the economic legacy path. You also do have the culture path, which is going to mean a lot of wonders. We haven't seen actually wonders being built, although I do think this might be hanging gardens over here towards the south of Carthage. I'm not sure, because again the graphics are, unfortunately, that's one of the things that I definitely can complain about. The graphics are not as easy to take a look at and recognize as they were in Civ 6. It takes quite a bit of time and look like a magnifying glass probably to actually take a look at what is being built somewhere or somewhere else. Very little differences between them. We do have a one that actually being built here in the Empire of Amina, or yeah, no, that was not Amina. It's the green one. Give me a second. The green one. This not it. Need to actually take a look at which one is. No, this. Oh yeah, it was. It's fine. It was. I got it. Okay, no monuments actually. The second in the other cities towards the south, he did get more of these dates, and from what I do see, no, dates, whatever. And I do see the gypsum. We do have him still trying to get going. He went west with the districts over there. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, sure. Any city states? Did he manage to get any city states here? Because this is like Mississippi. He's gonna get a lot of population, or he should be able to get a lot of population. Oh wow. Traders are also starting to get to connect here. I do see he's building, I think, great steel over there in the capital city. From what I've seen, so he's starting to get some wonders done. Okay, very nice. He's going for that culture path. We do have the army commanders also getting more experience points from attacking to the barbarians into the north here, and by the looks of it, we're gonna have 2 camels in a single city. Whoa, whoa, he's not putting it in the capital. That's a bit unfortunate, kind of weird over there. I guess he really likes Lingapura city. What is going? Oh, Lingapura city, I see. So he's min-maxing that city center so he can actually get his army out from there and be able to go against probably Xerxes after all of the war that Xerxes did actually do against Charlemagne. Makes sense that he's gonna do something here. Well, we do have also him trying to take a look at what's going on in the south there. Oh, he did hover over that wonder, but I didn't see what it was. No! Anyway, now we will need to see how things are going to evolve here as we are going through. Oh, I see a city center got taken. 2. We got Tiwanuku for the science advantage, and he just picked up something. And we do also see Schengel, that is a military city state. I'm not sure exactly which bonuses he picked up. You can get bonuses for your ranged units or your melee units by actually getting those city states. +1 is very nice. I believe they actually disallowed the ability to actually get more. Like you could have had 3 of these military city states and keep on adding those bonus points, but now no, you're not allowed.
Has joined the round table.
Z-Toxin, good evening, sir, and welcome. Thank you so much for the follow, sir. We do have him also going for his monuments to get those extra culture points. Right now, 34 and 25 doesn't seem that big, and I do have to say he's keeping gold. He's on 307 gold. You do need to spend a lot of gold to actually switch the towns, upgrade the towns into cities, so you can actually start building up districts unless you want to spend the gold for them. And I do have to say this is, I would say, the first one that I do see at least trying to actually get those districts connected between each other. He's also starting to send the traders towards the west, towards Xerxes, actually. Interesting, because I do have to point out, if you do war a nation that you're trading to, you're gonna remain without traders. That's another thing. They don't actually... do like in Civ6, probably is an oversight over there. The trader just dies. You need to get another one. That's kind of like weird. Wow, how did that happen? Anyway, now we're going to need to see also an unknown what's going on. He's starting to get his science up. I do see he's placing down his library and trying to figure out the best placement for it. I did mention that he did go with his districts only next to his city centers, unfortunately, and that will slow down his, I would say, points acquirement later on in the game. We're going to need to see if he's going to manage to get some extra adjacency over there, because in the second era, if you do want to actually get those 40 yields, oh my god, that's going to require quite a bit of an effort of a specialist over there to get it going. We do have also him trying to actually read the map here. So what are we going to have? We're going to have 2 nations on the top part. 1, 2... Is that 3 nations on the top part? No, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I see 5 nations over here. But we got 6 players. Where's the 6th one? Who's missing? We got someone missing. Who's missing? Who's all alone somewhere on the map? Oh my god. Give me a second. I need to see the things. Oh my god. No? Come on, show me the map. Everybody's looking at something else. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got 6. Xerxes. He didn't actually discover Xerxes. That's the one we're missing. It's either Xerxes that didn't get discovered, or the southern 2 nations, the blue one and whatever it was over there. Give me a sec. Do you want to double check something? Ahsoka. Ahsoka. So Ahsoka Amina. Okay. Anyway, counter-attack going into one of the cities of Charlemagne here. Looks like those ranged units from Xerxes are starting to attack into the city center. There is a level 2 unit that I can see over there, but that's only a siege unit, and it does seem like we do have new heavy chariots showing up on the battlefield. They will still try to take up the city center, like we've seen in Civ6. Reinforcement rate is very important, but the thing is, we do have Xerxes 1 turning all of these ranged units from his city centers, which is making it much more easier to actually get enough units on the front line to keep on shooting your opponents. If he keeps on doing this, he might actually get to defend. We'll see. He did manage to get some more damage done over there on his opponent, and from what I do notice at the moment, it's not like Xerxes does have how to say, a lot of science and culture to actually discover new civics or texts that would give him an advantage. 19 and 15 points right now is not that big. More than 46 points of influence, again, not that big. I'm not sure if he actually did manage to get, because we didn't get the opportunity to see if he did manage to get his trade routes going, or his alliances. Alliances would have been extremely important here for him. We also will need to see if he's gonna be attacked from the right side. I still think this is in Batuta, right? Yeah, okay. No, he's getting the visibility. He's getting the visibility over the war there. Okay. And looks like he's starting to denounce. Well, yeah, he's starting to denounce over there to maybe do some big bada boom. Okay. Still no wonders, trying to get those markets out so he can add more slots to his cities. The markets who can add one more slot of resources that can be added to the city center. Not to mention, you do get the gold per turn. He's not having that many high pop cities. He has one, Yasudharapura, with 16, 7, 9, and the western one is 10. Doesn't seem like he has that much. And I do also noticing Xerxes cities, unfortunately, we don't have that much food, but he's also getting attacked, so, you know, cannot really blame him. We do have also Amina over here managing to get 10 pop cities, but not that many. Okay, looks like he's trying to play some, okay, specialists here. He's trying to play some specialists. Okay. That's a lot of mines that he had over there. Still trying to clear out the barbarian camps from the north, I should say, the extra barbarians that just spawn randomly over here. You do see that he does have the ability to also pick up units from his city states that he acquired. You can actually spend the influence to get quite a few free units coming out from them. He did manage to get also 4 policy cards with going for the faster production towards ranged units. They're pretty good card to use, but most of the time not that used, especially if you don't actually get them done. It's just like in Civ6, you don't want to place a Gogi and keep it in your empire for a long time, or how to say, maneuver for the horses, because you can use something else, you know. Sometimes it's much useful, but anyway, in this case I'm not sure if he actually had something more useful. I didn't get to see all of the cards that he had to use there. Anyway, now we do have quite a few of those ranged units going towards the heavy chariots of Charlemagne. Charlemagne is still in trouble. We cannot see his stream. We cannot see his stream. We can see his stream actually. Wait a second. He should have a YouTube stream, right? YouTube stream. Oh my god, he doesn't have. Give me a second. I'll do it. I'll find a way. I found Schneutzer. I found him. Give me a sec. There we go. And I think the game actually was streaming. Did finish. Whoa, stream failed to start. Well, that's unfortunate. Can we get another one? Stop it. Good evening, son. There we go. We can actually see him here. Schneutzer is getting the job done. Did manage to get a few more of these heavy chariots, which are gonna be a level above their opponents here. And you do see he's managing to keep on doing the damage against that city center to take it down. Takes a lot of damage, and unfortunately there is no heal option for his units unless he actually, you know, gets them out and actually how to say, gets them into the city center to keep them, or gets them safe to get them to heal. He's also trying to put a bit of mid shield in between the units that are attacking Lindsay and the northern units. You do see he's managing to punch that one tile choke. A bit dangerous though, because again he's gonna actually get into a situation where that unit can be attacked for so many units around. He did manage to do the damage against that city center, and I do see the commander in the city center is very low HP. We do have an offer for also peace that just got denied over there, because you know, totally makes sense. And I do see he's upgrading his commander, did manage to get the +5 also. Now, what do we have on the other ones? I need to actually take a look at the other ones. I can spell. We do have him with quite a bit of salt. 3 salts. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. 3 salts. Anyway, gypsum. Yeah, jade over there. Where's the gypsum? That's the gypsum. Okay. And okay, he's just min-maxing. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot of slots over there, and it looks like he's keeping quite a few extra resources that are not being used. He did manage to get the attack going on the west. And give me a second. No. Oh my god. Okay, playing with the details there. Looks like Schneutzer. Wait, is this Schneutzer? This is not Schneutzer. This is in Batuta. What is Schneutzer? Schneutzer! I want to see if he is actually building something in his city centers. What is he building? So he did manage to take down Lindsay. That is the target that he was going against. Now it will be quite hard to actually go through the one tile chokes to keep going against his opponent, and we're going to need to see if he's going to manage to do that. We do have also him discovering currency. He went for bronze working for those level 2 units. And we do have him also slowing down on the production of units. From what I do see, he's starting to get everything else out. Yeah, so he can keep on simming. He's on 39 science, 24 culture, even though he went on the offense on 8 points. Only on 8 points actually of influence. This is going to hurt him quite a bit in the long term, because he's not making that much influence, and of course the upcoming wars might actually require quite a bit of influence to be spent, so he can actually get to counter whatever influence his opponents are gonna put into the war effort. We also do have him starting to reposition those military units. Is he actually just keeping this? I think he's just keeping this, right? He's just keeping this by the looks of it. And it doesn't look like Xerxes is going to have that much strength to come back into this game, unfortunately for him. Getting another settler, I do see he's right now, actually wait a second, he's on the 5 out of 4 cities, so he's unfortunately going down a little bit in the, he's receiving a penalty from having more cities over the cap. You do get unfortunately lower happiness in your cities, and if you do have lower happiness than the 0, it is the city center is going to start to have problems. We do have also, by the looks of it, him getting 4 settler from the right side. I do notice Charlemagne did manage to get Machiavelli did manage to get 75 points of culture there, if I'm not mistaken, with Greece. He did also manage to get Mesa Verde, which is one of the science city states. Actually, that's a good question. What is he gonna choose to get as bonuses from the research city? If he's gonna want to get a +1 for the libraries, if he's gonna want to get the how to say, the other bonuses. Give me a second. Unique improvements or stuff like that. Okay, what do we have? Yeah, this is what I want. Okay, bronze working coming up next. We do have him choosing to go for the getting the codexes, and he does need another 4 to actually finish the mission. We do have him also getting some more merchants to start trading with his neighbors slowly. Interesting. Okay. We're getting open borders with everybody. Trying to pass those cows to gather as much information as possible. We didn't see any other wars other than Charlemagne going against Xerxes towards the north, and I do see Machiavelli at the moment is not actually spending that much of his faith. We do have him still going slowly through the civic and the tech tree. We still don't see. Okay, still more wars from Ahsoka towards the southwest. Still not managing to put down the Vodurum's units. And as you see, also Moche still keeps gaining units out, and all of these are actually red, so they're aggressive against his nation here. He did manage to get the commander with a few more experience points, and I do see him actually using a lot more his melee units than his ranged units, which unfortunately is inefficient mostly because the melee units don't actually get the experience points, and because of that you don't actually get any benefits from attacking with them, and the ranged units are just gonna not spend their health. That's the thing, right? They don't spend their health to actually take down units and take them out. We do have quite a few cities actually being settled. He's already on 6 cities, getting mining cities in his other ones than the capital, trying to get those production points going. Also, by the looks of it, he's not actually buying out new districts over here. We'll get to settle next to more iron tiles. I do see at least 2 more iron tiles that are gonna be there. A bit of a different mechanic from the military resources, I should say, the strategic resources in Civ 7 versus Civ 6. If in Civ 6 you do need to get them, because otherwise you cannot build the military unit. In this one you just get some extra perks from having them in your empire. Some extra damage points over there. Not bad, not bad. They do also open up civilizations in the next ages if you do manage to get enough of them, which is kind of weird over there. For example, you get like what, 4 horses, I believe, upgraded. You get the Mongolians, Han. Anyway, now we do need to see if he's gonna actually choose to go for a few more codexes, or he's gonna choose to go for text here. It's actually quite an open question if it's more efficient to get a few more codexes from the beginning and also benefit from those extra points of advantages that you get from discovering the specialties basically of the technologies, or is it much better to try to get quickly to higher technologies? Oh well, at the moment I do notice he does need to reach 20 population in the capital. He's on 17 out of 20, and still trying to get that food in there. Now, most of the time it's very, very good to actually have a lot of food in your empire, in your cities, especially at the beginning, to get those quarters quickly. Now, I do notice most of them actually did focus, but not all of them did focus. We do have also Amina here. No, this is not Amina. This is Ibatuta. Okay, he has vision. He has a lot of vision. That's why I actually see he has a lot of those units that are spread around everywhere to try to get the vision from his opponents, as well as having a bit of a buffer of time to actually get his defenses up if he's gonna get attacked. It does seem like they're just happily simming away. 47 science, 37 culture. He's going for his Khmerian civics here, and slowly getting the advantage points from them. Still only on 24 how to call it, happiness. Well, interesting. Spend 2 happiness, put a bit of extra science and culture there. We do have him also starting to expand. Oh, I cannot stop this. So order scout movement and sight infantry. He definitely would have needed a bit more influence. I think it would have been much better, but anyway, we do have quite a few wonders available for them to start building. You can see he's getting the garden fort, that massive amount of food. The +7 is amazing here to actually get, and I do see he's gonna 5-turn Angkor Wat in one of his cities. It looks like he's gonna take out that clay pit, and he's using, from what I do see, his build queues to actually set as much as possible his I would say his cities to develop. He is trying to actually start to work on his culture tree to try to get as many of these wonders as possible. We'll see if the competition is going to be that big, because we do have 6 players right now. 2 of them, I don't think they can build wonders. Like Xerxes and his neighbor over there that was attacking him, Schnauzer, with Khmer, I believe. Charlemagne. They should not be able to actually build the wonders. We do need to actually switch again the screen here to actually take a look what's going on. Did he just get an expansionist point? I think he did. No. He's on still on 5 out of 4 cities. I don't see him actually discovering one of those extra city counts. I do see him discovering currency from what I do notice, and he's trying to get an extra city out. Let me actually take a look. So military, he did manage to get the first point. And I do see he's on 29 points of happiness per level. Okay, so he can actually afford to put another city down. Threading the needle over here and not actually getting the wobble going on those happiness levels actually is quite a slowdown. And as you can see, he's getting quite a bit of science also from those rainforest tiles because, you know, it is what it is. His Civ bonus. We do have him also. Give me a sec. No, this is a town. He didn't actually get any quarter slash districts going. Navigation, engineering, military science next. Okay, so he is gonna choose to go and get some of those codexes, and from what I do notice, he's getting a lot of happiness from actually getting the buildings into his quarters. 4 happiness points for each of those. Quite important. Still trying to get a vision over his opponents. Found the one tile choke, doesn't have where to go. This is a bit of a issue for him actually. We don't see the map, unfortunately. His camera is covering the map. Let me see. I want to see the map. So the southwest is totally not open for him because he does have a coast over there. He cannot actually expand. South is gonna get closer to another opponent, probably doesn't want that, and he did manage to get to the east side over there with already touching borders with his opponent's city. So actually expansions here are gonna be a significant problem. You do see there are at least 2 more cities that he could get towards the southeast over here, towards Asoka. And we're gonna need to see if he's gonna manage to actually get them down. Bats coming in again, more food for the city of Carthage to get going. He does have a navigable river, which is gonna give him quite a few more options. Not to mention the how to say, the bridges later on for a decent amount of gold. And that's another thing that I do have to point out. We do have already 136 gold at 10 for. So let's see, 136 gold for I can spell. We do have only 34 gold at 10 for Kage no Kami. This would be Xerxes, so it kind of makes sense. He doesn't have a lot of gold. Only 36 on the side of Machiavelli. This is a bit of an issue here. He does have a lot of influence. You can see he's doing 31 points of influence per 10 with only 27 science, and I didn't see actually the culture. And unfortunately, we're getting another relobby here. Yeah, this is another relobby by the looks of it. 1040, already 2 relobbies, guys. I mean, we're trying our best, guys. We're trying our best. Yeah. Yeah. I think I should actually put, well, turn off the actually the map, right? We don't need to see the map. Okay. New relobby. Not sure exactly what they didn't find, but they didn't find something. And they're gonna need to put up a new relobby. Man, this... Let me try again. It's funny because it says it's open, but it gives me a picture here, but I cannot actually open it. This is weird. Let me ask again. Can you please start stream? Bugged again.
Quartz crystal radios.
Okay, they're getting to connect slowly but surely. Well, at least we don't have double loads or pin bugs in this game. There are perks, you know, ups and downs, pros and cons. So this is a standard 6 player for MP. 6 player map. Okay, let's see it. Burning arrows from Amina. Oh, did he restart? He did! We can see it! We can see it now! We can see the stream! Okay, perfect. I don't think need to alt tab anymore. Perfect. Very unfortunate that we don't have also the leader tabs always showing the yields there. It's extremely useful, as you've seen in Civ6, to actually take a look at the yields of your opponents and get, how to say, get to compare. Not to mention know exactly where you are in the race for winning the game. Very little influence points being made. Only 8 influence points being made by Charlemagne here. Well, we do have him winning at least that one city, and I do have to say Lindsay was being placed a lot more for him to actually get and his opponent to actually defend. We do see also he's gonna keep improving his territory here. I didn't see for what kind of technology he did go. I would have imagined, oh, I see masonry. He went for masonry, and I think that's the spec of masonry. I believe that actually gives you the extra movement point on the siege units. It doesn't actually give you a codex, which is kind of unfortunate. Or is that the product? Well, anyway, it is what it is. We do have him also keeping on upgrading his cities here as quickly as possible. Looks like the armies of Xerxes did retreat back, and I do want to take a look actually on Xerxes if we do have, what was it here, if we do have him expanding towards the north. He does have more iron tiles over there that he could get, and from what I do notice, he's not getting under attack. Do we have salt? Yes, we do have some salt also in the north. He does have some salt, but he might actually need to take that city state down. Not sure exactly what he's looking to the north of his eastern empire here. In Batuta, I believe he's well out of his reach. He does have 2 extra city slots that he should actually get as quickly as possible down, and he's not getting them. He's slowing himself down over here. I guess right now he's just, I would say, admiring the scenery over here. Doesn't seem like he's doing that much. Anyway, yeah, admiring the scenery. Actually, we do have a few players that are starting to do exactly the same thing, trying to take a look at their empires and see how they're evolving in the others empires, because there's a bit more time over here in the turn rollovers. Well, we do have the slingers starting to actually get their shots done, and look at them, so efficient over here, just throwing those rocks at their opponents and not losing health. Can you imagine that? Magic, man. We do have also another general that commander that did show up on the front line over there to help him try to get some stuff done. He's going into tents. Wait, is that the animation that is now showing whenever you're gonna put that one into fortify? It's going into tents. Anyway, we do have him going for the wheel, so he can keep going and get his military units out. We're going to see if he's also going to go for that engineering and the middle tree. He definitely would need to actually discover his next technologies over there for the better buildings to acquire the science and the culture. And of course, be faster on it. He does have 7 cities over his, 1 over his 6 limit, and I do see he just got a specialist cap in his capital from one of the missions. Easy upgrades for his units here. He will take probably the Vodurum down altogether, and will benefit from another city center. He's on 36 points of happiness. I'm actually quite curious if he's gonna manage to get that going, because you do see he has the unfortunate perk of actually losing happiness whenever he's placing down some of his buildings. That's just how his memento works, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken though. Anyway, we do see them starting to get some more of these trades going. That was economic trade that did just get sent down. We also do notice another wonder. No, that's the wonder that we were seeing earlier, right? Being built. Isn't that a great steel being built in Amina's territory? I think so. I think so, and he's starting to get his heavy chariots. Has two commanders, one, two, quite a few of those also burning arrows in the northwest of his territory. While I do not see him building up a lot of his monuments, I do see him spending a lot of gold though on getting these directly done. He's not actually upgrading that many cities. I do also notice only 3. I think he did manage to upgrade till now. Yeah. No, 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 no. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Did he get 4? Anyway, we'll see. 39, 37, 98 gold a turn. We were watching the gold per turn actually, and give me a second. So the first one is 137 on I can spell. I can spell. Check. 39 over here. That would be Exorcist. Totally makes sense. 43 on Charlemagne. Not that on Charlemagne. On sorry, Machiavelli. We do have him Schneutzer on only 22. Actually has a weaker economy than his neighbor here. He definitely needs those markets down and getting some trade routes. No, we do have also 24, only 24 for Imbatuta. Again, not a very strong economy. Economy in this game is just as important, or I would say actually even a bit more important than we've seen in Civ6, because you do get to do so much with gold, and sometimes your towns would really need some love, especially at the later turns of the first stages. You do get to push it a little bit with the gold, not to mention you get to actually roll the gold into the next stage and get the benefits from that, because yeah, next stage for some reason your people just totally forget to do a lot of stuff over there, a lot of stuff, not to mention that some of them just die outright. We do have another setter being sent towards the north by Imbatuta into the north of Tiwanuku with 5 cities right now. He's definitely gonna get some more city counts, I should say. Yeah, what was the last one? Unknown is on 100 gold a turn. Okay. This looks like a very strong opener. 39 science, 37 culture. We do have him with a decent amount of cities and did upgrade them from the towns. I do want to see, so come on. Just give me a second. So, 1 sec. I need to see the screen in a certain way. Yeah, we need to give him a bit of time to actually get through this so we can see where is he building stuff. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cities out of 6. So he did go as much as possible for the full city count here, with only 1 town towards the north. Might be a trade one, because you know you do need to get those extra distance points on your traders. That's actually quite unfortunate in this game, that you, how to say, the trade routes don't have that much distance. We do have him sending another one of these. There we go. Traders to Ukev. I don't know how to pronounce that. Anyway. This is what it is. So Sivat is the first one, by the looks of it, followed up closely by somebody that must not be named, because I didn't see. It was a bit too quick to actually read. Would definitely love to see those things. Okay, so another setter next to incense tiles. Jade also to the northwest. No, that's gypsum actually. Anyway, confusing. Okay, another wave of war units, heavy chariots are being sent towards the north. I would imagine Maya is gonna try to get to his horses as quickly as possible. Ooh, he's actually doing exactly that. He's going bottom 3 over there. Okay. So actually, let me get into a game here really quickly, so I can show you what I'm referring to. It's gonna be much easier if I just do random stuff. Whatever, launch the game. I did turn off the sound, so it is not gonna interact over here, and hopefully it's not gonna just roll the turn. Okay, another setter has been. Wait a second. He doesn't want another city here, because he's gonna run out of space if he puts it right there. Anyway, it is what it is. And like I was saying, he does need as many of those tiles open up for those districts around his city center, so he can get the massive yields. Some of the nation, as you can see, in most of his cities, actually, he just placed them as close to the city capital as possible. Even though I do have to mention, he did have the opportunity between Yoki, Bag, for example, to try to get to connect those cities. Even with the northeastern city, he would have had so many more yields if he would have done that. In between these cities, Chicanitsa, Bak, and Yokib, would have been amazing. Look at that flat terrain over there. That would have just, you know, been farms. Otherwise you could have actually gotten all of his yields, extra yields for his quarters. Anyway, we'll see if Maya's gonna manage to get his upgrades going. He's slowly going through that, and I do want to see the tech tree here so I can show you, view the tech tree. So right now he's going military training. That is the bottom tree here, and he will get iron working right afterwards. It looks like he's about 7 to 9 turns. I would yeah, 7 to 9 turns from actually discovering iron working, because he's 2 turns away from military training, and with his science I would imagine he's gonna get iron working in another 5 to 7. We do need to switch back. There we go. This more commanders are being built. You do have to take into account in the switch of the era, your units actually unfortunately just fall over and die if they're not in a commander, which for some reason they're just being saved. Is it like aliens? I'm not saying it's aliens, but it might be aliens, you know, just getting into the game, taking all of your units from the planet, and then disaster happens. I don't know, something happens. When that disaster is over, aliens just put back the humans. No, is that what's happening? Because this is how it feels like it's happening in this game, right? They're just, everything is taken away and then put back in. I'm not saying it's aliens. It might be aliens. I don't know. Anyway, we do have him, of course, trying to get some open borders going. That's quite a bit of scouting information that he's gonna get, and also his allies are, or I should say opponents, contenders, because this is an FFA. You don't really have allies in an FFA. You have some maybe friends, not allies. Heavy chariots are also starting to come around from the cities of Xerxes. Finally, he did manage to get to that technology, so he can put a second tier unit down. I don't see him actually expanding that much into the north there, and from what I do see, the military city state in the south that was bugging Ahsoka here has been taken down. Is it? Does anybody know? Is it Ahsoka or Ashoka? Is it with a S or with a sh? Which one is it? Does anybody know? I don't know. Hyper Bori and Kender, good evening, sir, and welcome. I wouldn't really call it junk, but yeah, janky. I don't know, janky. Anyway, doesn't seem like the moment that much is happening during the game. We do have the military build-up over there from Charlemagne, and from what I do notice, a pretty good soap pit has just been placed over here by... Who this? Who did do this? Ibn Battuta? No, not Ibn Battuta. Who was the green one? Amina with the Mississippians. Not this. Here. There we go. Amina. Oof. Okay. 40 science and 38 culture. Slowing down though. Slowing down. Getting the gold. Getting the gold deals, not the research deals. Interesting. Well, he does have some scouts that are trying to get the vision over Charlemagne's empire. He knows that Charlemagne does have a big military, and he's also kind of trying to force-setter his opponent here. And we don't know what's going on in the chats. Maybe they did actually get some deals going between them in the comms. Usually that's what happens. You do get to communicate with other players in the game and try to get as much as possible, you know, to set up the territory, make some compromises, try to, you know, you go there, take that city there, I do go take that city here, you go against that opponent, I defend you from that one, and so on and so forth. Even in FFAs, some of these deals do happen because, well, that's one of the diplomatic parts of the game. Fortunately, the game mechanics with the Diplo are not that at the moment developed. I would say actually not that developed. Yes, influence can be used for a lot of things over there. To be honest, I think there's way too much influence in the game for the players. It needs to be a lot more important to use the influence for strategic choices. Right now you can spend so much of it and get so much of it. Like you look at that 21 per 10 coming up over here from Amina, from Amina. And what was Machiavelli? Wait, not this is not Machiavelli. Where is Machiavelli? Schneutzer, no, Naex? No, Naex is Machiavelli? I think so, yeah. He's on 31 influence per turn with 227 coming up from him. Of course, still building up his trader count so he can get those resources from his neighbors here. And from what I do notice, we do have finally a trader count on these trades. Very nice. And also there's a button that you can actually send the trader. Amazing, right? That's some new technology coming up into the game here, man. That's some NASA technology coming up into the game. You can actually click trader. So you pop trader out from your city, you get a list, and then you click on the list and the trader goes there. All by his own. Whoa! Whoa! That's some new NASA technology coming up into this game, man. Anyway, yeah, we do have more scouts coming up here on the western side, trying to get through this, I don't know, peninsula. Wait, is that a random farm? Where is that random farm coming from? That was a random farm, no? On the western, who has a city there? Anyway, I guess at some point we're gonna see. I didn't see. Oh, they do have Colosseum, but they're not building it. He's getting a few more hoplites to keep building up an army towards the north. He does need to make sure that he has enough units that his opponents do not get to, you know, have the idea that, hey, you could have attacked into him. He does have one of these camels that will put into the Argos field by the looks of it, and starting to actually put some more of those blueberries in there. Anyway, what was that? Not, oh my god. Anyway, it is what it is. I'm gonna remember at some point. Hey, we still didn't see the legacy paths. Ah, come on, man. There's so much information that I would actually want to look at, but I don't have access to. Well, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. No better spectator mode for this game, unfortunately, and they didn't want to actually get the game streamed because they would have put a spectator mode, no? They wanted to get the streams going. They would have put a spectator mode. Anyway, we're doing what we can with what we have. Okay. Let's see. So definitely a military build-up from Amina towards the northwest to keep away Batuta from his side. I can spell here in the south as nobody as by the looks of it as a opponent, or I should say annoyed neighbor. Utica did get settled west on the coast. Okay, I guess interesting. He settled that so far away. Ooh, and he finally is actually getting districts in between his cities there. Nice. Slowly getting that going. What is that? Leather? Not red. Man, there's a word there that I'm missing. There's a word that I'm like, it's in front of my eyes, but I cannot remember it. Kick. Anyway, it is what it is. The colonist is gonna get out. No freshwater city. He did place that city so he can get his military advantage over there in the legacy path, and we're gonna need to see if he's actually gonna open it so we can see what he got. Ooh, he just got a migrant over there so he can get more pop worked. Okay, well, he does have access to salt mines, and I do see a lot of jade available for him. Getting those ships so he can get a bit more food production, and from what I do notice, he's not using the jades that much, the extra gold per 10. Well, I guess right now he's not that useful. Now we do have him managing to get 5 cards, working on tactics. Bronze working belly developed in 3 turns over there, from what I do notice. Oh, he doesn't have the second tier units at the moment. Civ7, okay, what is he doing? 41 gold at 10, 22 influence points. A lot of buildings are just missing from this newly built city. Getting those districts done. Slowly but surely. I do notice he also did go for multiple cities. He didn't go for I would say for a lot of towns. I mean, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 cities. At least 4 cities. If I'm not mistaken, I think he actually has like 5 out of his 7. So 5 out of 7 are cities, and the last 2 are towns. We do have him with some military into the commanders on the western side. I don't see him actually being that scared of Xerxes' presence over there. He definitely has more. He's gonna get the extra combat strength. Come on, yeah, that's not even a choice there. Okay, he's also gonna have the opportunity to go for military training and iron working if he actually wants to get those horsemen out. It's actually very powerful timing to get to the horseback, to get to the horses. Most of the time, well, if you want to go for, you know, sim, you go mathematics, and that's the middle tree. If you want to go for gold, you go navigation, so you can get those lighthouses going on the coast, so you get a lot of gold per turn from those. Like most of the time is like +7 gold for each of those. If you want to go for military to take out your opponents, you go for the bottom tree. Now there is quite a bit of a sacrifice. You don't have science to get everywhere, and like you've seen, timings are very important, like in Civ 6 and in other games like in Civ 5. It's quite punishing if you go for mathematics and you don't have the horseback technology. When your opponent starts pushing into you, those horses do have significantly more damage than their counterparts over there, the weaker counterparts. I want to see what's also going on here with quite a bit of a military build up to the northwest. It does seem quite peaceful. Nothing really is moving here. Would really love to actually know how much time we do have until the end, but I don't think we know. And also I don't know if we do have and that's another information that we would really like to know, if there will be crisis or not. Crisis is another mechanic that has been introduced in Civ7. It's basically like a slowdown that happens, or a bit of an extra challenge that happens during the later part of an age. You will get to play some policy cards, which most of the time are actually random. These give you penalties. Sometimes you can counteract the penalties. Sometimes it's just annoying, like very annoying. I do see he's going down in happiness though, and this is not a good thing for Amina. Really not a good thing. He needs more happiness. He needs to get those villas worked, and as he puts more of these specialists in, you do see that one specialist eats 2 food and 2 happiness from your cities. This is not gonna be good. But I guess, like we've seen yesterday, like Freitas de la Vega did manage to get those gold points per turn, even with War Nations. I would imagine also players in Civ 7 are going to try to min-max this and try to thread the needle as much as possible, trying to squeeze out as many yields as possible from their series, even though they don't go and max out one of the yields, like for example happiness or gold per turn and so on. I do see right now Amina is more comfortable getting the gold per turn with plus of 107 and 44 science with 46 culture. I think he's also starting to run behind his opponents here. Let's actually see. So this Xerxes, we don't expect him to actually have a lot of science. He's on 34 and 40 right now, 40 culture, big army on his side, and trying to do a lot of bad stuff over there to his next door opponent, Charlemagne. Charlemagne has 71 science and 46 culture. This is definitely going to give him the advantage to get those horses going, and I do see he's getting them. He's getting 4 turns. Oh my god, I was right. So Unknown did pick up the first the first tab here. He did manage to get more points by the looks of it. Is this Unknown? Yeah, this is Unknown. So Amina is going to manage to get the first points. It looks like he's also gathering an army next to Chicao. I don't know how to pronounce that city. This is, I guess it would be quite fun to actually learn all of these at some point. This is what it is.
Let's put our living stereo stylus in this groove.
Ooh, getting onto the border. Is he actually going to declare war? Because he did denounce his next door opponent here. He does have level 2 burning arrows, which are gonna hurt, and I do think Charlemagne, yeah, he did declare war. He did. Or is he not? Come on, is he clicking or not? Come on, click. No, he's not. He has 151 influence. Let's actually see the influence of Schneuzer. On 285, he will definitely get more of those points for the war effort for his side. And from what I do notice, he sees, right? He sees what's going on to the east of Chichen Itza. Has to take care of his west side because now heavy chariots and those range units came out from success his empire, and he was building busy building, trying to get an economy going with a market showing up, not to mention his science and culture. Now I believe actually he's right now at the good moment with science and culture for this particular moment in time. He has 80 points of happiness, which is going to allow him to get celebrations a lot more faster, a lot quicker. Like I was saying, the wobble from the celebrations is very important. We do have him also getting to invest a lot into the war effort against his opponent. +6 against his opponent. He did manage to spend all of his influence points on that. Let's actually see if we're gonna have from the other side. Unknown over here managing to actually get the war effort going on his side. He did also spend his how to say he did also spend his influence points, getting that back to a -3. Okay, so it's let me see. Ooh, a lot of units, and just took out the market there. Yeah, he did spend it. So while we were switching the screen, he did spend his influence points and got that from a +6 to a +3 into a -3, and now it's a -2. Okay. Yeah, I think somebody else actually invested into this. Try to help out. You can actually do this, right? You can this is another very trolling maneuver in the FFAs. You can actually spend influence to help out somebody or side of the war, which is kind of like, whoa, yeah, maybe don't get you know, too close for comfort. So we do have a confirmation. The crisis has started, and as you can see, a lot of gold is going to be lost. -15 gold a turn for Amina to actually get to spend on that. He still has to build a lot of military units, and I do see he's getting another commander, which at this point, I think with the war going on, might be a bit too much. We do have him like a few too many commanders there. We do see him also getting into the pillaging areas of Chichen Itza. We're going to need to see how he's going to try to approach this game. Looks like he's plugging in quite a few units, especially his burning arrows into his commander there, and soon we'll see the attack going on against Chichen Itza. He does have 2 heavy chariots, 3 heavy chariots with another 2 of those burning arrows, and I do see he didn't upgrade all of them. There still is level 1 burning arrow there on his empire. Did he actually get the... Oh, he did get an alliance going with Xerxes. He got an alliance going with Xerxes. Interesting. Political philosophy also coming up there. Burning arrows are actually putting a bit of damage over time on the tiles that they're shooting. It's a bit unfortunate. And I do see Han and Maya war has also started. What is going on? So he made an alliance with Xerxes. And there is another war somewhere. Where's the other war? I'm pretty sure there's another war somewhere. Was this? No, these are only trade routes. Oh, Maya, I'm pretty sure that Maya is actually Charlemagne, no? Wait a second, Schneitzer. Does he have 2 wars? Oh, he has 3 wars. Oh my god, he's getting declared by everybody. He has 3 wars ongoing. +2 against Amina, -2 against Ibatuta, -1 against Xerxes. And it looks like he's gonna have a major problem. Xerxes is starting to actually attack from the north with quadrims from the water, and also heavy chariots going in. These ranged units are also starting to move forward, while on the right side we do have Schneitzer here getting attacked by another nation. I didn't see Batuta actually starting to attack him. So Batuta is just over... Oh my god, what is he doing? No. Need to figure out who that is. Here. Okay. What is he doing? He's just worrying his opponent and not doing anything? Oh my god. He's just trolling him, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Trolling is being done in this game as well. I do have to say, it doesn't seem like anybody can actually go for tall gameplay. Most of the players are trying to go wide so they can actually get those military legacy pass points going. And yeah, the game just forces you to actually go wide. It doesn't let you go tall at all. We do have also in the second era the requirement to actually get those fleets from the distant lands. That requires to get more cities out. See? Yeah, no tall gameplay, unfortunately. 97 science, 111 culture. Looks like we did have him, Batuta managing to get his units into the water. I do see at least 3 commanders that are getting out from his navigable river, getting into the water to disembark probably directly on the flat plains, flat tiles to the southeast of Lindsay. That might actually be a bit too much than Charlemagne can carry here, and we might see the first player being taken out of the game in 1560 BCE. He's also starting to build some wonders in the capital. Is that the wonder in Yasudarapura? And he's... Anyway, it is what it is. Chichen Itza already started to get attacked by Amina. The city center is slowly going down. Let's actually take a look. Where was it? Here. Okay, so the city center is already half HP. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 these heavy chariots on the defense of Chichen Itza, and also a commander in between them. You do see the burning arrows did manage to start to attack exactly on the tile the commander is sitting, and that commander is going to keep on taking damage. You know, we do have a few more units coming around. Some of them going back to get to heal healing his territory. Basically the same mechanic that we've seen in Civ 6 with more heals when you're in safer territory, less heals when you're in less safe territory. So yeah, it is what it is. Organized military simulation literacy, he still didn't get literacy. It will take some time, but he's fine. I mean, oh wait a second, 48 science and 51 culture. He's not fine. He's not fine. Where did all of that science go? Wasn't he like 60 something, whatever? Oh no, Batuta was. What is Machiavelli doing? 52, 123, going a lot of culture. That's what he's doing, a lot of culture. And he's seeing the wars. He did manage to get Colosseum from what I do notice, and another 2 of those wonders. It looks like he's 3 wonders. Okay, so he's going for the culture tree by the looks of it. Also does have a war going against the south. Okay, a lot of hoplites are starting to actually move towards the cities of Ahsoka here. I still didn't get to receive a message from chat. Is it Ahsoka or is it Ashoka? How do you pronounce this name? Is it Ahsoka or Ashoka? Does anybody know? With an S or with a sh? No? No, we don't know. Anyway, it is what it is. The commanders are starting to get through the lake over here from Ibatuta, getting on the territory of Chichen Itza soon. And I do see those heavy chariots of Charlemagne are starting to get super damaged. We do have, as you can see, also Machiavelli going very, very strongly against his southern neighbor. And it does seem like these hoplites are taking a bit of a beating from the archers. We do have one that it just took a lot of hits over there. We do have also engineering. Is that engineering actually? Give me a second. Not sure if the click, clack. Yeah, that is engineering. Okay, getting discovered. Okay. There are so many hoplites and level 1, level 2, level... Okay, they're all level 2s. That's what I was looking at. More support being added, so he gets to tie this out. We do have Carthage defending with those spearmen, and from what I do see, the city of Hippo doesn't have that much to defend himself with. His hoplites are dying quite quickly to these units of his opponent of Ahsoka. It doesn't seem to be that strong. Sebla the Swole. Wait, what? Swole? Isn't that the lump, basically? So, wait, that commander is called the lump? Okay. Anyway, it is what it is. The Numidian calves are amazing over here for Ahsoka. Ahsoka, whatever you want to call it. Okay, Okay, Xerxes also keeps pushing against the cities of Charlemagne. Ended up attacking into quite a few horse units here. It looks like Charlemagne did manage to get to his technology. He was going for it a long time ago, right? We did see this like 7 turns ago. We did see him actually clicking on that technology. That's another thing that's not happening, unfortunately. No gel means the hoplites die so quickly. It looks like, yeah, it looks like. And finally, Batuta's first commander did show up on the border over here towards the southwest. I do see Chicanitsa is going down slowly but surely. We do have Schneutzer -6 actually against Team Batuta. That's a lot of damage. He's trying to attack with the ballistas against his units on the coast. It's definitely much easier to actually take the units down when they are in the water. And I do see he's doing massive amounts of damage over there against the boats of his opponent, but he missed the commanders in Batuta, and this is gonna hurt him quite a bit. These commanders are gonna manage to get their units out there onto the field and start taking out his own. We do have also, as you can see, the horses managing to do the counter damage against Amina on the right side. Even if the city center went down quite a bit, you still need to go through the heavy chariot defense, the unit inside of the city center, to actually be able to conquer the city. And this is going to be quite a slowdown, actually. Unfortunately, it is a very, very frustrating that you still need to get that unit down after you took the city, basically. We do have to also see if he's going to manage to deal the damage against the northwest. It does. This seems like a very, like, this is a real war everywhere, no? Rafifi, bonsoir monsieur et bienvenue. Bonjour monsieur et bienvenue. Some news on Civ7? Not really. Not really. Guess we're gonna need to see how things are gonna develop. There's not really any major changes done to the game. Just small optimizing things. Man, I really remember, Rafifi, when a big change in Civ was switching how the hexagons are actually facing. Remember that? When it was advertised like that was a big change. That was a massive change, right? And right now, I don't know, they're announcing small changes like auto explore as big changes. I don't know, they must be thinking we're idiots. I don't know what to tell you. Or there are so many idiots. It is what it is. Anyway, yeah, we do have some more boats getting hit over here by the siege units of Lindsay, and by the looks of it, we do have the horses managing to counterattack into the units of Xerxes on the western side. Quite a few of these heavy chariots did get damaged, and unfortunately, well, he's going to need to spend quite a bit of time to repair them. We do see the army commander is also getting massively damaged there. There's a jaguar that was trying to save him out. We do see from the east, Amina is starting to put a lot more military with the new heavy chariots showing up, and his commander also level 4. He's gonna need to get his next tier unit out. Come on, where is he? 6 turns. He's 6 turns away from getting his horses. That will be an eternity for him. He does have also -2 penalty on his units since the war effort is actually balancing towards Charlemagne there. He's trying to attack also in the south. He got one of these settlers out. Oh my god, he cannot even capture that settler, man. You cannot even capture the settler. For some reason, all of those goodies over there in the settler and all of those people over there are just gonna disappear. Okay. Sure. It's only 1600 there. Very nice. Very nice. It's what? Oh, it's 1700 here. I'm actually quite curious how long the game is gonna go, but unfortunately we might not have the CWC stream later on tonight, which is kind of like very unfortunate actually. Well, what's going on in the Southern War? Yeah. a lot of hoplites invading. Looks like he's managing to smash through the initial defenses and starting to wrap around the city centers here, at least 2 of them. Interesting that he did go directly against the city of Carthage, left Hippo with only one of those hoplites to stand alone there. There is a commander for these hoplites by the looks of it, and we do have 2 actually, right? One on the Western Army and one on the Eastern Army, okay. By the looks of it, only spearmen are actually managing to defend. Oh, there is Numidian Cav there, which is legendary for how much damage it does, but it does seem like the hoplites just can keep on pumping out of the cities here. They did tie out their also influence against each other, not getting any more advantages from that. And I do see there are quite a few hoplites that are dying over here to the Numidian cavalries. There are a few archers that are shooting at them also, slowing their offense and getting them lower in HP. Yeah, well, units just keep bouncing units. Finally, the attack on the city center has started. From the north, those hoplites are starting to get that city strength down, and from what I do see, of course, he's trying to buy out as many Numidian caps. He does have 202 gold a turn, which does allow him to buy at least 1 per turn. One of the big changes from C5 to 6 was the non-infinite builder, but the change between square to hexagon between 4 and 5 was important too. Yeah, there we go. Actually, the non-infinite builder was an amazing change in Civ 6. It made the game so much more tactical. No more builders means no more tactics in Civ 6, Civ 7. I mean, oh well. Less thought out strategies. Oh, we did have the sound on. Never mind. What's going on? I do see he might actually defend this. If he does manage to keep on buying the units, yeah, he's getting a lot of units out. But is he managing to keep buying units, or is he just not using his gold per 10? He is starting to actually get the units taken down next to Motia, and from what I do notice, these hoplites are starting to be quite low HP, bringing Numidian calves from the eastern cities. He does have 9 out of 8 cities, 9 out of 8 city centers. I'm not sure how many of these are actually cities or towns, and also only 39 science and 58 culture. Doesn't seem like he's gonna have that much of a good time. The first city, Chicanitsa, has been taken away from Charlemagne. I do see another city is gonna fall over here, even if Charlemagne did have extra damage against his opponents from the influence. Couldn't manage to keep those cities. He did manage to get some cities a little bit further out into the south, where he did also lose one of his settlers. And from what I do notice, he got that settler in the water. He's trying to get it down. Even if he did manage to get to horseback riding, it doesn't seem like horses are gonna be able to actually withstand all of this attack. We do have Xerxes pushing in strongly against Webcam now. We did have also Imbatuta joining up the fight in the middle with his elephants starting to do the damage. The capital city of Schneutzer is about to go down. And oh my god, so wait a second, are we just gonna have like 3 players remaining here? So Xerxes is staying alive, we don't know how much long. Imbatuta is staying alive, and I think Amina is staying alive, right? So wait a second, Nayax? No, this is Amina. Okay, 4 players. They're taking out 2 players right now. They're taking out Schneutzer, and they're taking out Ahsoka from the south, I believe. Is that no, this is Imbat. This is Amina. Where is it? Where was it? This is Charlemagne. This is Xerxes. I can spell here. I can spell. Is Greece resupplying more units? Yes, you do see actually a healthy amount of units coming out. He's also, I do like this, that he's bringing back his damaged units. You have a choice basically from between keeping on attacking against your opponent and, you know, basically like sending the unit to the death, or trying to get it back and resupply it with full strength units. Try to heal them in your territory and then put them back on the field. That doesn't always happen. It does take quite a bit of how to say, micromanagement to actually get that down. But it's like in StarCraft, right? You had that big ball of units, and it's very good to actually have the ability to micromanage those, bring them back, heal them with med pack, move them back in front, and so on and so forth. Or like you had in Protoss over there, just teleporting, because you know that's a thing in StarCraft, not here. It would be quite interesting. I mean, you know, unobtainable settlers, teleporting units, not that much of a difference. It is what it is. What do we have? Hoplites. Yeah, it looks like how to say, Machiavelli is gonna win this slowly but surely. He really needs to not make Spearman, man. Not gonna help. Not gonna help that much. Okay, more crisis started. Man, this could have been such a great game. Oh, such a great game. Such a great game. Anyway, he can spend more Colpert, and he just did on a Numidian cav over there from the city of Carthage, trying to get enough army strength to counterattack into these hoplites, but unfortunately it does seem like the hoplites do manage to keep doing the damage against him, and there are so much more coming from the north over there from Machiavelli's territory. Unknown did manage to get that city of Chicanitsa, and I do see he has a good amount of influence against his opponent. He's attacking another two cities, the city of Khan and that one in the middle. Not sure how that's Yokib, I believe Yokib is called. He's on 859 gold in the bank over here, not actually using it. We're 1060, and it does seem like we're also gonna have him on 55 science and 61 culture. Amina is getting also his units into his commanders. Has a few banged up units over there in the city of Chicanitsa, and is trying to get to the city of Bak. Now that city center of Bak is already under attack by the elephants of the north of Imbatuta, and I do notice there is a horse inside of it that is gonna try to actually help the defense out. Well, with only heavy chariots, it does seem like they still are doing a decent amount of damage. Yes, they're losing a lot of strength, but they're also doing a lot of damage against their opponents. Chicanitsa will need to actually be converted over there to one of his cities slowly and get to repair his yields, while I do notice he didn't build a lot of stuff in his city centers. Well, he didn't have time to actually build all of that with all of the military that came out of his cities in the last 10 turns. We do see walls. Okay, so that's the wall. Okay, we do see a lot of walls getting built. Kick. Walls. Okay, webcam now is the last bastion. Yeah, Bach did get taken over. That's the capital city of Charlemagne getting taken down, and it does seem like Schneutzer is on the way out of this game. He's not happy. He's really not happy. Look at his face. He's not happy. You can see? Yeah, you can see. He's not happy. I do want to say you guys really need to give a follow over here to Schneutzer. He's been doing a lot of Civ7 streams. If you do like Civ7 and the gameplay, definitely give him a follow and take a look at his gameplay. He didn't play that much Civ6, so he's not that well known in our community, in the CPL community, but he has been one of the most active in the previous 2 months since the game came out, and of course he started playing in CPL. Top 1 2 in this lobby. Whoa, somebody is calling out. Okay. Yeah, they're taking him down over here. Slowly taking him down. Oh well. Webcam now. Final bastion. No, he has another city actually towards the south, from what I do notice. Is that 1 city or 2 cities? The map is kind of like weird. No information. Okay, the city of Motia looks like did lose the majority of its health. There still is a commander and one of those Numidian calves over there, and we do need to see if the next units are going to be taken out. The hoplites, as you can see, are trying to wrap around as many of these Numidian calves as possible to take them down, and they did just take another 2 and soon another 3. Is he gonna take? Yeah, he's taking the 3rd one. Oh my god, these guys are dying left, right, and center. They're dying everywhere. No chance over here for for Ahsoka to actually recover. Doesn't look like he's gonna have a chance to recover. We do have Xerxes managing to get his city back, the city he placed a long time ago between the mountains. He did manage to get it back, and I don't think he's gonna want more. He does have 2, 4, 6, 8 cities that I can see. Out of 7, his maximum cap. He could actually try to get this, well, new capital of his opponent, bringing in his siege units to do the job there. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have at least 2 players being taken out. I do also notice there's a bit of a problem here for Amina. He doesn't have open borders with Ibatuta, and unfortunately, yeah, so there were 2 cities here. So unfortunately, he cannot actually get into those borders of the former Charlemagne capital. So he can actually get to wrap around the city of Oxman and hit it from there. What's going on here? A sec. Oh, okay. Man, I got one of those class city unions, like 20 years class city unions soon. Oh, it's gonna be so fun. I cannot wait. Okay. Nothing much is happening with the recovery of the war here. Still 59 cents, 59 culture. He's keeping the gold for the next era by the looks of it. That's a lot of gold, 1,000 gold in the bank. It's still 1062, and it does seem like the last 2, 3 cities remaining for Charlemagne are all getting attacked at the same time by different nations, actually. Batuta with Xerxes going against Webcam Null, and then we do have Amina going against the southern cities. Ahsoka is also going to have a major problem in the south here. Let me actually take a look what's going on. We do have Naix punching through the defenses of both of his city, Carthage and Motia, and from what I do notice, the units are just not strong enough to help out. And we do have him also trying to get as many yields as possible from the pillages, and as you can see, he's managing to move around his units. It looks like his tile with the commander is getting attacked there, but it's not a problem. The hoplites can actually no, wait a second, he didn't. Okay, he got another one, it's fine. So confusing with the commander actually getting to pack units, then unpack units, then pack units, then unpack units, then pack units, and then unpack units. Yeah, it's quite a micromanagement thing over there that is needs to happen. Kind of weird, no? Kind of weird. A bit too much micromanagement added to a war that doesn't need to. And I do have to say, I'm really sorry about the quality of the streams. Like, there's nothing I can do without the spectator mode to actually see the in-game. There's no way we can actually get this going. So just dealing with the last remaining units slowly but surely. The last breaths over here of Ahsoka. He does have -1 actually against him. Looks like Ahsoka did manage to get a bit more influence, but that's just, I don't know, that's just, he has 370 influence but in his bank. He's not using, okay, there we go, he figured it out. Okay, there we go, back to +1. That's very expensive. You just spent 280 points. No, 180, sorry, 180 points. Well, it does definitely seem like the hoplites are winning this war slowly but surely. Kagiya no Mani is also pouring down those units from the south into his opponent, or I should say into the south, into his opponent here, managing to wrap around the city of the former city of Charlemagne that is about to go down, probably pillaging everything and destroying those horses in the meantime. Still is trying to get some of his districts out. Still did not connect actually his districts between the cities. Did manage to get the full commercial bonus on the legacy path. Not bad, not bad. Full commercial bonus. Wow, still no bronze working. Cake double. It doesn't have those extra production districts. It is what it is, or I should say the buildings. Very important, actually, very important to get those. No. Okay, so the last two cities in the south have been taken, both of them. So that means Schneutzer is on his last city. We should actually take a look, right? Yeah, it's on his last city, man. This is his last city. His last, second to last horse died. The commander died also. The elephant just pushed in and pushed that horse out into the water. While his city webcam now is just a few seconds away. There is a Jaguar Slayer, guys. Jaguar Slayer definitely gonna help out the day. It looks like the heavy chariots, and that's it. The antiquity age comes to an end. Wait. Oh my god, the aliens are coming to take him. And they're gonna put him back into the game somehow. Man, I wouldn't put this past the Civ7 mechanics. You know, you lose the entire empire in the first one, you just get to revive as a city state somewhere on the map in the second one. I wouldn't put it past it. But yeah, GG well played, man. GG well played. He did try to slow down his attacks over there after he did go against Xerxes. I think if he actually went a little bit harder into Xerxes, he might have taken a lot more. But he stopped. He wanted to make sure that he's gonna get his science up. He was getting his science and culture up, while his neighbors had a totally different idea of what he should do. I think we're also gonna have a pause of like 15 minutes while the players are gonna go through their choices here for the next era. And I do have to say, Mina in the Shoka in the south of here is actually having major issues. No, let's see. What is it? I can spell. So he lost one city. The city on the east side, does he even have? Wait, how many cities does he have? So he's 8 out of 8. He was 9 out of 8, but he lost one. I don't know how many cities, not towns, I mean cities. Because I do see. Anyway, Antiquity Age comes to an end. It is what it is. We're 100% of the way there. Okay, so Amy Batuta did manage to get the full culture. Whoa, legacies. Batuta is first actually right now, if I saw that correctly. He got the science, he got the culture, he got the commercial one. He didn't manage to get the all of the military, but that's fine. Not everybody gets all of the military. He did manage to conquer quite a few cities, and they do count as 2 when they are conquered. Okay, so we're down to 5 players on the next stage of the game. We're gonna need to see if we're gonna have the wars keep raging. I would imagine so. We're probably gonna see Ahsoka over there getting his stuff going, trying to get to defend against unknown. Oh, sorry, unknown Machiavelli against Naix. Naix is just getting that out properly. Is this gonna be a pause? This. Oh, okay, there we go. So Sivati Batuta did manage to get 11. We got Amina over here with 9. Machiavelli is gonna get 7. Xerxes on 6. And then Ahsoka is just gonna be with 4. I can spell though. It's probably not gonna survive the next era, the next age. And I'm not sure about Xerxes' abilities to survive over there, especially next to him Batuta. They did manage to make an alliance, so that might actually help him out. But in this game, alliances can be made and can be broken very easily. I don't know. In Civ 6 also. Is this the time for pause? Or I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. I don't see anybody doing anything other than just, clicking their leaders. Prince Cosmo, good day, sir, and welcome. So these are like victory points. Like victory. Yes, no. As in, the game basically gives you some check marks to complete in each age, and depending on those check marks, how many of them do you complete, you're gonna get representative points over here. Like you're either gonna have you conquered a lot of cities, you got a lot of military, you managed to get a lot of commercials down, I would say a lot of trade routes going, and resources, you're gonna get the economic one. You build a lot of wonders, you get the culture one. You got a lot of codexes, so basically you got a lot of science, discovered a lot of science, you get the science, and so on. In the next ones, in the next stage, you're gonna have a bit of a different matchup on all of the legacy paths. It is what it is. I don't know. To me, these don't really seem representative to what needed to be done here. I guess it is what it is. We'll see. I still don't have. I guess this is a pause. I'm just gonna turn up the music and go get another coffee. Be right back. Let me actually put the timer.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Show you.
Oh, I just realized I had my mic off. Oh my god. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Arctic. My man, what is going on? So, there was in the previous age a lot of damage being done by Machiavelli against his opponent. I can spell now is actually having the ability to counter because of the switch of the age. For some reason, Machiavelli's units just totally forgot how to work. Yeah, it happens. That's how it goes, no? Who was it, Nayax? Was it Nayax? So they need to spend so much time to actually get their points on the board that he's about to lose cities over there. Okay, makes total sense. Total sense. Yes. Athena wants a little bit of petting. Okay, so we do have him attacking back, and I do have to say the City of Argos is very low HP right now. If he's attacking into his opponent's units, even if they're the same technology, he's actually losing quite a bit. We do have him with more units in the commanders, and he's slowly gonna start to unpack them so he can actually get those units to flex against his opponent. He did manage to build quite a few wonders in the previous age, and will have quite a few bonuses in this one. We're going to need to see if he's gonna manage to keep on the war effort and be able to actually counterattack Amina from the south. Ahsoka from the south. Okay, Amina fighting Ahsoka. No. That is Machiavelli fighting Ahsoka. Anyway, let's actually see Kage no Mani still getting his size up. We do have him with Cersei starting to actually recover quite a bit, and we're going to need to see if his stats are looking nice. 86 and 64, not bad right now, not bad. I guess a bit of a help over there for making a lot of mistakes in the first stage. That's very weird. Actually rewarded for being not that good in the first stage. Kick. Anyway, we do have him starting to get his stone cutters out so he can actually get those extra production points. Quite important. These are the first buildings that you actually get to build in the second age, the beginning, and we're going to need to see him getting his other ones going. Oh, I did actually get how to say to comb the cat yesterday, so it doesn't have she doesn't have that much hair coming around from her anymore. Very nice. Oh my god, there was a lot of hair that actually managed to get to pull out. Right. Now she's just sitting over here and happily being pet. We do have him Batuta also managing to get 150 science. It does seem like he has way more than his opponents do have, and right now it doesn't seem like anybody's gonna get to touch him. He does have Bach, which is kind of weird. He actually managed to keep the capital city of his opponent with no city in between. He does have Chichen Itza actually. The city of Amina in between him and that capital city. We also do have the stonecutters getting built everywhere over here in Amina's territory, while in Batuta... Hey cat, can I actually get the hand, please? Thank you. She was keeping my hand in her jaws. Let me see. Unknown? No? Civ7, I think was the first one, right? Yeah. So he's getting his religion going. We will need to see what kind of beliefs he's gonna pick. Religion is not that important, but you do get some relics out of it, and it does help out on the culture tree when you're in the second age. We do have him needing to actually choose his bonuses here for his religion, and we're going to need to see what kind of bonuses. He went for apostolism to get the +2 relics for the first time conversion of another city settlements with a wonder from any age. He does have Machiavelli in the south that did manage to build quite a few wonders, so I would imagine he's going to try to convert those cities as quickly as possible. I looked around the map, so what his opponents did have was makeup, and that was it. We do have him also plugging in those new resources in his empire to get the bonuses, and it looks like 2 camels in the capital to give him as many slots as possible. We also do see him with 8 out of 11 cities, and at the moment I didn't see him actually getting some more settlers out, or some how to say cities on the coast. I don't think he has a single city on the coast that could actually build boats. The thing is, in the second era, you kind of need to, if you want the bonuses for the last one, for the modern one, you kind of need to get those treasure fleets going, and that requires you to actually get to the distant lands and get them down, which usually is kind of a counter to how to say tall gameplay, because yeah, you just need to sacrifice all of that extra bonus that you get from the culture in the second age, from the economic, sorry, in the second age, because you cannot actually get too many cities. You need to settle cities so you can get those treasure fleets going. We do have him also managing to get a decent amount of gold from his bazaars. As you can see, +12, so he's gonna help. He's on 77 gold a turn right now, with 467 gold in the bank. Chose to go for feudal monarchy or theocracy. It looks like he's bouncing in between for the extra production on civilian support units for 5 turns. This activates, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, each government gives a set of choices during a celebration. So you do get again those bonuses that do roll over whenever you're gonna get enough of that happiness in your empire to cross the threshold for celebrations. We do have him also with Mamluks. Well, Arabia. This is what it is. Did we see the second choice? I didn't see the second belief. Oh my God, maybe I missed the second belief. It's unfortunate, but I did. Unknown in the south. What is he doing? Not much, actually, not much. He's not at war. His military units are deployed in the southern cities that he got from Charlemagne, but not much else. And I do want to see what's going on in the south over here with the war raging between. This is, I gotta say, this is so stupid. This is one of the stupidest things that I have ever seen in the game, by the way. Like, for some reason, the last moment of an age totally differs from the first moment of the next age. Where continuity? What do you guys think? Where did the continuity go?
For man is not content unless he's pressing himself to the limits of his knowledge or beyond.
So basically the one that was dying now actually has another chance? Wow. Okay. Well, let's actually see if with Ming Ahsoka over here is gonna manage to actually get what he needs to come back into this game. We do have him getting his government out. I do see he's not actually continuously building units, and I think that's actually gonna hurt him. Argos is not yet taken, and by the looks of it, he doesn't have enough influence to keep on putting support. He does have 52 influence per turn. That's definitely gonna help, and we're gonna need to see also what Machiavelli is gonna pull out over here as influence points. He does have, let me see, 52 a turn. Okay, so not that much of a difference between them. Still needs to pump out units, and that's exactly what he's doing, while his opponent is not doing that. This might be a bit painful actually for Ahsoka soon, if he's not getting those units where he needs to. Okay, looks like he did manage to recover the defense on the city of Motia. I believe this was one of the cities he did manage to take away from Ahsoka at the beginning of the end of the last age.
Schneuztier has joined the
Schneutzer,
round
thank you
table.
so much for the following. GG, well played. Unfortunately, what happened over there, man? Unfortunate. Jaith Factor, good evening, sir. When I tried Civ7, the age change killed my interest in the game completely. Yeah, it's totally understandable. They could have done this flawlessly. Like there shouldn't have been this much of a discrepancy between the last moment of an age and the first moment of an age. It's way too much discrepancy. Discrepancy. I'm not sure exactly how to say it in English, but I hope I get the message across. Oh well. Okay, well, we're going to need to see if Machiavelli is going to come back into this. He does have 56 science with 86 culture, while his opponent, where was he, man? This one is on. Let's see, he's 4758. Okay, so he has more stats than his opponent. Not by much, though. Not by much. And we're going to need to see what kind of technologies is he going to want to go for, so he can actually come back into this. It looks like he's getting quite a bit punished over here by Machiavelli's units. And we do not have him actually building another wave of units. The resupply line is going to be cut off here, and this is going to be a major problem. You really need to keep resupplying your military if you're in such a war over here. This looks like a war of attrition in between the two of them. Okay, what do we have? Machinery being chosen. No. Well, machinery. Looks like it's gonna be machinery for Imbatuta. Also making deals over there. Not bad. And I do see him still sitting around with his units. Actually, started repositioning some of his units towards the east side, if I see correctly, this line of horses. Mamluks, I believe the Mamluks are going on the right side. While we do have... What's up? Oh, Athena over there is, I don't know, doing something. Looking at the window. I have no idea what she's doing. Probably found a pigeon over there to scream at. Yeah, these are Mamluks. Okay. He will need to reconvert the cities because, again, for some reason, the cities did get deconverted over here. Lost relationships with all of them. Anyway. Do we have a siege unit from Soka? I don't see a siege unit from Ahsoka, but I do see the city of Argos is very low HP, and there are more units that can actually wrap around the city on the western side, which is a bit of a problem. I do also see horses coming out from the east side to start to attack into that other city that he lost on the right side. While on the side of Nayax, I do notice he does have some units that are coming from his main cities to pick up the slack on the, how to say, on the defense of Argos. Cersei still trying to recover. Did manage to put a line of units in the southeast, where of course he does have the former opponent capital of Charlemagne. While I do see he's trying to scout out the map, he doesn't have the visibility over the other wars here. And we do see him managing to jump up to 88 science and 64 culture, while he did manage to upgrade at least 4 cities that I've seen out of his 10. Yes, 10 out of 12. We do have him with a decent amount of science also coming around here from his new... Oh my god, he's doing it again. Okay, good, that's good. Okay, that's good. That's gonna give him more yields. We do have him also not actually managing to get that many yields from his policy cards. Did manage to put the first boats on expanding his vision on the western side. They do need to get to the distant lands if they do want those treasure fleets. And the big question that I have is he gonna manage to actually get some settlers out? Because usually I do have to say in the second age it is kind of a time constraint to actually get all of the points for the treasure fleets for the economic legacy path. You kind of need to get them as quickly as possible, and actually probably the best procedure is to actually get as quickly as possible some 1-2 boats out, starting to move forward, and then immediately behind them 2 or 3 settlers. This happens at the beginning of the age, so you can actually get to send them there, and whenever you find the treasure, the resources that you're gonna get from the distant lands, you're gonna get to put down those cities and start working those resources as quickly as possible. Doesn't guarantee that immediately you're gonna get the treasure fleets, but when you do get them, when you start actually trading, that is gonna be the moment that you're gonna start immediately getting the points, and it is gonna put you in a much higher chance of actually getting that economic legacy path. So there we go. We got some settlers coming around. Looks like he's also gonna get a scout. He does want, of course, to finish his stone cutters over there for those extra production points. And there we go. 2 settlers, at least 2 settlers moving, coming out of his cities on the west. Let's see. I can spell. Okay, it's kind of in the same position. Did manage to get a decent amount of fortifications over here for his units to be a bit defended, and I do notice he's doing massive amounts of damage to his opponent here with his units. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the moment he's managing to punch through. Yes, he's doing damage, but he's not punching through. We do have also a very... Do you see how similar these icons are? This is incredible. Look how similar these are. Oh my god, man. Anyway, it is what it is. Okay. I want to see Machiavelli. No. No. Ooh, a lot of courses actually deployed towards the north. A lot of courses deployed from towards the north from Amina. Nice, no? Yeah, nice. Does he have more units? Okay, another 2, 3 are coming in with a commander. Okay. They're moving on to the front line as quickly as possible so they can get close to their opponents there. He's also having a decent amount of army commanders, and without that many promotions, though. That is a bit unfortunate. He didn't have the time to actually promote them. And as you can see, in the commanders, he did have some more units. We do have also him getting the bonus for the Colosseum, another 2 production points over there, not bad. And I do see he's needing to spend so much influence to actually get to tie out the bonus of his opponent there. Ahsoka from the south. Okay, trying to do some spy missions over there. These are actually quite benign. I think that's the word, benign. Unfortunately, They definitely don't pack the same amount of power that, for example, extra intel that you would have from the spies, or the amount of gold that you would manage to actually get from your opponents when you do manage to get those down. Yeah, like the siphon funds, for example, from the commercial, destroying production and so on. The spy missions are just way more powerful in Civ 6 than any. From what I've seen, the effects of the spy missions or espionage, I guess, espionage options in Civ 7. Well, good thing on one side we do have Ahsoka with a lot of ranged units, so they don't spend their health when they're attacking, while Machiavelli does need to actually spend their health, but he's attacking into lower strength units. We do need to see a constant line of resupply, and that's exactly what he's doing. You can see his cities are only building these units so they can keep on attacking. The Kispoko Nenato. That's kind of weird, no? Kind of a weird name. Looks like also Amina is gonna get the progression into one of those commercial city states, and I do see Vilnius is gonna get converted over here by Machiavelli. He does have 52 how to say, influence per turn, and I gotta say this might actually eat into his bonus against his opponent. He spent his influence, a lot of influence over there, to get to convert that city center, while Amina keeps putting the points. Ahsoka keeps putting the points against him in the military. We do have Unknown starting the war against also Imbatuta here with his courses going against Mamluks. It does seem like, well, both of them do have basically the same tech unit here, and we do see the Mamluks are actually taking quite a bit of damage here. Now we do have a decent amount of units from both sides, and we're going to need to see if this war is going to keep on raging. He has units going towards the main cities, Indrapura, for example, of Imbatuta. There are a few one-tile chokes that he's going to need to pass, which is a bit, which is very defended, as you can see. A bit awkward, though, how he actually placed that in-between unit. But anyway, this is what it is. We do have some also archers, crossbows coming out from Buck, so he can shoot down these coursers of his opponent. And it looks like he's doing massive amounts of damage whenever he's attacking here. Look at that damage. Beautiful, beautiful. Whoa. Was that the... 1 second. Yeah, the coursers just do so much damage. Okay, getting some also bows. The cogs are getting close to the coast over here to start attacking some of those units. The cogs do have a very weak attack. They're not that specialized into doing this. The heavy archers are starting to take down those initial unit defenses, and you can see the Chevalier definitely does a lot of damage to those ones. Kind of confusing, no, with all of the changes of the names. You know, today they're courses, tomorrow the Chevaliers. Some of them are nice, some of them are Mamluks, you know. It is what it is. Still has 700 gold in the bank, and I gotta say he should actually start using it. He can definitely use it to increase his how to say cities, or try to get some thing done over there, or get some more military. It cost him 340 gold to get the Chevalier. That's a bit too much. Imbatuta is also sending one of his settlers out, and I do see he does have also +3 advantage against his opponent over here, against Amina. But he doesn't have that many units, and from what I do notice, Amina is starting to get through with the Chevaliers here and there. Immediately Mamluks are trying to plug the choke, so he doesn't let him fool through, and we're going to need to see if these ones, the line of units that are keeping Buck in check, are going to manage to stay alive. Still no gold investment here at the moment from Amina. 81 gold a turn also for Imbatuta. As you can see, his Mamluks are taking quite a bit of a beating. They're getting out of his cities in 2 or 3 turns. Didn't manage to get that much production at the moment, and that might actually hurt him in the long term. I do also want to see what's going on in the southern war. It does seem like the resupply line over there of Machiavelli kept these cities alive, and now he's pushing back strongly against his opponent. Yeah, well, let's actually see if these new units are gonna manage to keep doing damage against his opponent and manage to actually push them out. He doesn't have ranged units, unfortunately for him, and no heavy archer yet appearing on the front line, so he can actually attack into his opponent and not take damage in return. While he's gonna wait to actually get his other units, the melee or the cav units, to actually attack and take down the remaining health of his opponents. I do want to actually put up on my second screen something to happen here. Give me a second so I can get, I don't know, but I don't know if we're actually gonna have the game, like we're gonna finish this stream before the next, the CWC game, but hopefully we're gonna get going. I'm just waiting until 7 to actually, how to say, give me a sec, to announce if there's gonna be somebody else that needs to actually stream. There was a French stream, but from what I've seen, there was no English stream. Maybe somebody can. What was it tonight? A sec. Hello. Oh, never mind. There we go. So first of all, looks like victory. Okay, Sloji Memas did manage to get the victory. What? This is confusing. So victory. Why did Guardian of the Nachos report the? I guess it's unlucky because he reported. Oh, one sec. Okay. Just saw the message tonight, sir. Sorry. Was getting some other stuff done. Okay. Where is this? How can I share the stream? I don't know how can I share the stream. Unlucky win by Culture Victory, Jesse Moro. Thank you so much. So let me actually update. Give me a sec. Well, actually, I don't know why I streamed this, but whatever. Matches, no, this. Okay. So Sloji Memas, unlucky. You said unlucky one. Okay. And I need to update in somewhere else. Okay. What's going on? Still, Machiavelli is pushing back his opponent. I do see heavy archers as also starting to come around from Carthage, putting a bit more of that ranged attack against his opponent. I do see the massive army is also trying to retake the city of Motia from the southeast, and Machiavelli is in a bit of trouble, actually. This is incredible. This is so stupid. There's so many units that are coming back, coming from the north, from the cities of Machiavelli, but because of the switch of the age, everything changed. Wow. Imagine working for 3 hours to get a result and then the game just decides, no, you're not good enough. Your opponent was better. He didn't do anything, but he was better. Yeah, amazing. Ensazo, bonsoir, monsieur, et bienvenue. How are you doing, sir? Fire? Yeah, we're getting fire going. Sorry. Okay. If I can I actually get? Give me a second. I was thinking if I should, if I could get actually. What is this? I never clicked on this button, by the way. On the Twitch, there's a Twitch start streaming together. Twitch may record video and sound. Your recorder may invite an admin and anyone with the invite link. You can host can initiate share chat. Your chat is combined with the other participants. Okay, get started. Okay, there we go. First time I try this. There we go. Not sure exactly if it's working or not, but hopefully it is. It just gave me a pop-up over here. I have no idea what to do with it. I guess it is what it is. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what do we have? We do have Athena jumping all over the place. In the south, it does seem like, in the north actually, it does seem like Amina is pushing through the defenses of the Mamluks in Batuta cities, which as you can see, he does have a -2 actually penalty against him. We do have him managing to breach the initial line of defenses with a serious amount of chevaliers and taking out those fortifications. We do have him with more than enough damage to actually go against the Mamluks. Now, we do have level 2 Mamluks also. Your stream should be able to hear the call now if you are capturing this call on your... Sure. Okay. Sure. I don't know what desktop audio is, but as in, I don't think it's actually on desktop audio, my one. I have split in so many ways. But anyway, hopefully it's gonna be fine. I have no idea if this works or not. Anyway, the Chevalier still keep pushing against these level 2 Mamluks, and we do need to see when he's gonna manage to get the next units out. It does seem like, of course, the game is telling him that he has a mission: get 4 settlements in the distant lands and also capture a settlement. We do have also Xerxes units deployed over there on the west, and oh my god, the cat is actually starting to talk with pigeons. Kage no money. We do have him with Xerxes managing to get those wow, those harbors in the water, and from what I do notice, he's gonna need to get those settlers out. No, he was building settlers, so I would imagine he already finished them, still getting his extra production points going. And I do notice at the moment he's staying away from the war between his next door opponents, I would say. I mean, to be honest, he's kind of, you know, like, if he does manage to actually keep his borders in check here, it should be fine. He did manage to make an alliance, I think. No, he's in love with Imbatuta. He did get us a few units to actually go against his to put into his neighbors' lands. I don't think he's actually gonna go to war against anybody there. I've seen some heavy archers that were moving next to the capital city of Imbatuta. He did manage to get the cogs across, and from what I do notice, there's a lot of deep water in between these tiles. That's a lot of damage that he's gonna take. He has 3 settlers moving, but I think some of them are gonna die. Usually you don't want to get how to say, to a point where the crossing is not that terrible. You don't have that many tiles in between the distant lands or the mean between, because sometimes you do have like Pacific islands in between that you need to actually go through, and the shallow water next to those islands. You need to get to the shallow water tiles so you don't get damaged at the beginning. You will get the technology at some point to not get damaged by the winds, by the seas, by the whatever. Yeah, but it's not available at the beginning of the game. Now we do have also unknown. Okay, still putting some stuff over there. So basically this middle age is gonna be very hard to actually get the legacy pass. You do need to get like in the science, you're going to need to get a lot of yields for your districts. In the in the culture, you're going to need a lot of relics, which are not easy to come by, and one of the reasons some of the players did go for religion there, and of course went for those 2 relics coming out from the conversion of the cities. And in the economic, you need the distant lands to actually give you those treasure fleets, so you can make that out. And we do have in the military, I guess it's the same thing. You're going to need to take out cities here, and that's basically what they're doing. That's their go-to choices here. Take out cities. Mamluks, let's see the damage. Can we see the damage from the Mamluks? Ooh, Chevalier takes so much damage from the level 2 Mamluks. This is good. He actually has a chance to come back. Imbatuta did manage to jump up to 184 points of science with 127 culture. He did manage to get to the next tier unit, and this is helping him out to survive a little bit. He has 85 gold at 10, and I'm actually surprised he's not upgrading all of his Mamluks into level 2. Still has the upgrade button, but chooses not to upgrade them before he's actually attacking and trying to slow down his opponent here as much as possible. There are a lot of Chevaliers that did come out from Amina against him, so, you know, I cannot really blame him for that. We do have also the majority of the resupplies of Machiavelli managing to get onto the front line here, and it looks like he is chewing through the defenses of his opponent of Ashoka from the south slowly. I wouldn't really say this is a fast takedown of his opponent here, and it does seem like even with the second chance, Soka is still not managing to get to secure back his own city. Motia, even though he does have 3 units around it, there is a unit that's still defending the city of Motia. Is that actually, did he just lose another unit? I think he just lost another unit. Then do I see this correctly? There's no melee unit around it? Oh my god, man. Anyway, it is what it is. Some more pillages being done for some yields over here. And the commander just keeps popping out units. Because why not?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Can you hear me?
Wait.
Lol.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Mr. Michael?
I am hearing you.
Good day.
Good day. I cannot believe this is actually working. This isn't working? You can hear me? Wow. Wow. Amazing.
And that works. You can also activate shared chat if you want to.
How? Oh, shared chat started.
In this menu here that we have, where we're both in there with the guest stuff, you can go to shared chat and then activate it. But only the host of the call can do it.
Oh, how do I get to activate this? I have no idea. This is the first time I actually clicked on this button. I wanted to see it.
Yeah.
You
I felt the same when I did it for the first time, but it's actually pretty cool.
Share chat. I click on it. Start share chatting. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Share chat is enabled. There we go. We got it.
Now people can insult each other in our chat. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that was quite a hard game at the beginning. I did see you were getting settled by Xerxes. You did get the army against him and got that one city, and then you slowed down. That's my main question. Why did you slow down?
Because I didn't want people to just gang up on me like they did.
I see.
I was worried that if I go too greedy and take too much, people will then team up on me.
Yeah.
And
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I should have just tried to fight until the death with him, right? Yeah,
I was thinking if it would have been a better way, because you tried to go for your stats, and it didn't really help you getting the stats that quickly, even though you didn't have the army.
I wanted to set up for next stage really, and not give the others a reason to. Well, only one person put war support in for Kagenokami, right? It's possible that Unknown and Svea would have put war points in as well. Svea denounced me already, so I was afraid that he might come over if I go too far earlier.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I took the border place, the borders are secure, I think I can... I showed that I'm not going full ham and stupid war people, but no, it was irrelevant. But honestly, I didn't expect to get teamed up by all three. That was something that I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that to happen that quickly. Imbatuta did go through the water to actually get to you over there with his army commanders and just detailed so many units on your border. And then Amina East, whoa, he still keeps going. You can see he still wants your cities, even if they're not yours anymore. He still wants your cities.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I honestly didn't expect that to happen, because for me it didn't make sense. But what I think makes sense is not how other people think. What other people think makes sense. So I think it was just flawed assumptions there from my side, and I suffered for it, because I thought that Sviet would just wait and let Unknown, me, and Kage fight until we all lose, you know?
Yeah.
Because he was in a good spot there. He was in the top right corner. He had the best stats. He got a good transition. That there was no reason to do it that early. If he waited 5 or 10 more turns, I mean, he might not have gotten back, but who cares, right? If Unknown loses 10 or 15 units more.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I just saw firsthand what happens with, and we all saw it, right? What happens with the H transition in the south between Ahsoka and Machiavelli. It's just, it was an apocalypse, man. Like,
I didn't see it.
you didn't see it? So basically, Machiavelli had units around all of the two of the main cities of Ahsoka, and he was taking down those cities. Very few units were remaining alive. Age switches, all of his units get back into his territory, right? And for some reason, Ahsoka just got an insane amount of units, and now he's pushing back Machiavelli.
Oh, he was completely winning the war at first.
Yeah,
you mean?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was completely winning the war. Started to take cities. There were very few units available, and then for some reason, I don't know, poof, like everybody went home. This is like the most weird thing that I have ever seen in the game happening.
Okay.
Man.
I was completely. Oh, I don't know. I was really surprised. When I heard the sound of war declaration, I was like, oh, someone is attacking Amina or something, and then I thought, no, it's the other two people fighting that are not. But I was so unhappy. I thought that would be my salvation, but no, I didn't even see what they had. I didn't go that far.
Yeah, they're still fighting, but it's, I gotta say, I would have been like in the place of Machiavelli over here. This is extremely I would say disheartening. I think that's the correct word, disheartening. You know, you do all of the things that you need to do. You almost win the war, and then something from the game just throws a wrench in all of your plans.
I know. I mean, it's pretty predictable. I know that you're not the biggest fan of some of the mechanics of Civ7, but usually it's all really predictable what's happening. So I don't know.
So you think it would have been better for him to just retreat his units into his own borders, make a line, get them into the army commanders, and then prepare for the second age instead of keep on going and try to take cities from his opponent until the last turn, until the last moment?
I'm saying that I have no idea what happened there, but it sounds like something, you know, like I don't have the whole picture to judge what he should have done or should not have done. That's what I mean.
Okay. Well, right now he's still fighting in the dirt, as you can see. He's just
I'm watching it too. He's gonna die.
Yeah. So this city Motia actually got he got it the last time in the previous age, and he tried to keep it. And now it does seem like all of the units coming around from Ahsoka. It doesn't seem like he's keeping up with the reinforcements. He's one-turning these units, but he's just not keeping up with the reinforcements.
Yeah, he's losing too many.
Yeah.
What I can see, the thing is with those Junda Chongs, they have a ranged attack, right?
Yeah.
And what you need to do in order to survive against the ranged attacks is you need to fortify your units so that not the ranged attack is the value that counts, but the bombard strength of the unit, and that's considerably lower than the ranged attack. So if you'd use that, if you fortify, you lower the combat strength by another 15 or so. Because the only thing with high bombard strength is siege, but there is no siege. There's just spamming infantry, like this is the most common strategy. So you need to get the bulwark passive in the commander tree that lets you instantly put down a fortification, and then the ranged attack is not that scary anymore. But if you're standing like that, he's having a shit ton of units freely shooting at you, and this is why it feels super oppressive playing against Ming. But that's only because a lot of people don't understand the difference between bombard strength and ranged strength.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we got a message over here for Gaius Etius. This is from your stream, I believe. I'm surprised Leonardo da Vinci has never been cast as a leader in the Civ game. Maybe people don't know, but he was just an illustrious culture. I mean, there is Leonardo da Vinci in the Civ 6 engineer screen, I believe. Is the one that gives you the +3? No? Culture?
You have him as a great personality?
Yeah, it's not a leader though. It's just yeah.
I guess it's an opportunity for 7, yeah.
I think that they're kind of, I would say, remaking the definition of leaders. They're trying to remake the definition of leaders. It's very smooshed right now between like great people and actually leaders.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But what I think what Niax needs to do here is retreat, right? I mean, Argos is a city, it's difficult. But the other one, this town, he should have given that up. It doesn't have the numbers anymore to hold. So he's just every time he throws reinforcements in, they die.
Yep. Well, it looks like he lost it. Like right now, it doesn't seem like he can keep it anymore. Yeah. And Argos is just a matter of time until it's gonna fall. Motia's armies are just gonna keep on moving north. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
this is so disheartening. I gotta say, just watching this like makes me so annoyed right now. Just, like I would have hated this to happen in a game. I know you didn't play that much Civ 6, but there was a bit of a mix, or I should say a bit of a change between the eras when you switched, for example, from a golden age into a dark age, and you had the extra +5 card to put on and so on. But it wasn't so punishing. It wasn't so dramatic. You know, the changes weren't so dramatic between. You still had your units when you had them. You still had basically all of the last moment settings that you ended the era with were in the next era also, in the first moment. I think that's what's missing right now, continuity.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played a game that does it like Civ7. I like it. I like it because it is predictable that it's gonna happen, right? So you gotta play around it, and I've never had the problem. I mean, sometimes you're getting surprised because people future attack, but in this case, I think it was rather straightforward and very often how this is gonna go. And I can't comment on what other people play there when I didn't see it. So, but you saw it with how what the others did with me. Like they were done in time, right?
Yeah,
I was dead in time.
Yeah, right on time.
And that's. I mean, I was hoping I could hold the last place, so I could at least continue to the next stage. So it's also a race against time if you do that. Even though they started early, unfortunately, I wasn't able to stay alive. But it is fairly predictable, and I don't know how it happened. I think I like it in general, the whole thing. So.
Oh, a level 12 commander died. No.
What? Oh, the one from Greece, right?
Yeah, the one from Greece, the level 12. My stream on YouTube is asking me to add a Civ sin over here. Do you know the concept of a Civ sin?
No.
Making the worst mistake ever. You know, getting your settler caught out in the wind, to not taking the city when you should have, and so on. Civ sins, man. Not chopping a wonder when you could have.
He's completely gonna die now. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah. It looks
without the level 12 commander, it's bye-bye. Also, he's getting out-teched now by... Oh, he got out-teched already.
Yeah. How much does it take? 10 turns or 7 turns? It's a long time, right, to get the commander to respawn?
Yeah, I don't even know how long, but at least 5 turns, yeah.
Yeah, at least
I think it's more.
Yeah. Even. I remember waiting for it a long time in some of my games. I do see also Xerxes did manage to get onto the other continent, and he's gonna get his treasure fleets going. He does have, from what I see, some cocoa, some chocolate there. And
2 settlers are over there. I've seen that.
He's the only one. Only one. I've seen, I think he bought Tutas and some, but I think he's doing way too much other stuff to do. And wait a second,
I think he has one over there. No, the color looks like there's something over there on his mini map. I'm not sure.
Let me see. What is the Sivat? I believe is no
Sivat. Yeah, Sivat. On the top right, there is something I think in the mini map that has his color, but I'm not sure. I didn't see it.
True. Yes. Yeah. So he got some of those also.
What I said in before we joined, I think, is what I see Unknown not doing all the time. When you fight against Abbasid, they get combat strength from urban population, right?
Yep.
So what you need to do is you need to raid the buildings. You need to burn down every building's tile you can get on, because that always removes 1 combat strength. And Unknown was occupying already, I think, 4 tiles with buildings in Sviat City there on the top right, and he did not burn down the buildings. That would be 8 combat strength less if it's 8 buildings really.
Oh my!
And that's how you play. That's how you can kill Abbasid. If you take a few tiles and then you remove all the buildings and then you slowly push from there, because going brute forcing away into that is difficult. Although he's making progress in Bark now because he doesn't have a city there as Sviat, so he can't send reinforcements properly. Bulgaria
this is
is
quite a
great.
mess.
Yeah, Bulgaria is great to play against Abbasids because you can pillage for free in your commander's range. So you can get on the tile of Abbasids towns and just double raid for free and take away all the combat strength.
Yeah, but to be honest, by the looks of it, it still boils down to who got the tech first and who has the most production to get the military units out more than the other bonuses. I did see a lot of influence being used for the wars, and I did also see you keeping a lot of influence, and not to mention the other ones like Ibatuta, to put into the wars a long time ago. You sacrificed not getting city-states, the city-state bonuses, conversion and so on, so you can get that influence up. In the end, it did help you like sustain damage, but from 3 civilizations, that's way too much influence that you need to spend on the war effort.
That's impossible. Yeah, I saved it because I expected 2. Honestly, I just didn't expect 3. That was
yeah.
Now in hindsight, it might have been better to just throw it onto something else, but yeah, I think in general it's good to bank some up. But the thing is also where you spawn, right? If you spawn in the top or in the bottom and you're in someone in the corner, and you know you're not going to be surrounded by 3 guys, then you can easily spend the influence. But I saw people in the south, east, north, and west, so I was like, okay, I have to bank because this is going to hurt.
Yeah, spawn does matter quite a bit. The mid civilizations, the ones spawning in the middle, always will get the, I would say, the low end of the stick. So, for example, like you were right in between 3 civilizations. I'm actually a bit surprised Machiavelli chose to go south against a very big empire, while his north was kind of open, because I would say Amina was going against you, and then started the war against Imbatuta. Well, I guess it is what it is. He chose it. There was nothing that would have stopped Ashoka if he wasn't there.
I think the Sviat is now suffering the consequences for taking Bark unnecessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he wouldn't have come, I think he would have been the big winner of that. I said it already. And now he's just losing. I don't know how many troops he lost there. How many? He's going to lose 2 generals now? 3? Even? In Bark?
Too many.
Yeah, too many.
Yeah.
Definitely too many.
And, you know what surprises me? He's losing with level 2 Mamluks. So, like, Chevaliers, right? The Corsair replacement, basically, or I should say variant, is attacking to his level 2 Mamluks, and they're winning. And it's not like he has extra damage. Or nobody has extra damage.
I saw it at the beginning. There was one tile. I think he wasted 3 or 4 units because he put them out of his city borders and didn't have the combat bonus there. So making war move mistakes is just really, really costly and it's really wasteful.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he fortified his whole terrain, but he could have done that as well. And also not attack, because there's only so much space that the enemy can attack from. Mm-hmm. And you could just cycle units in or replace them with a back line. Put them in front again when they're in vegetation, fortified, and just have them attack you, right? Why are you attacking Norman's back? You're basically just giving free damage to your own units to him. Since you can't push into his terrain anyway, there's no point in attacking.
Yeah. Did they all leave or something?
I think it's a DC something.
Because I saw a notification on Sivat's screen that he's the last one in there. Lol. About the strategy of the units, I did also notice you guys are using a lot of the melee strength against your opponents to slow them, to take them down, but you just then need to spend all of that time remaking them. Very little use of ranged units to actually, I would say, take down your opponent's units before you actually take them down all together with the melee or the cav.
Yeah.
Is that something that has just kept on happening because it's easier, faster to get the melee units, or I should say the cav units to move, with the heavy chariots having more movement than the archer units? Or
not really. For me, it was a decision where I went with attack. Mm-hmm. Because I went for horses first and not for tier 2 archers, and having tier 1 archers attack something is rather useless. So I went for siege and horses.
I saw, yeah.
because I knew he'd fortify his position. I knew he's gonna get a wall. So archers again do the range strength and not the bombard strength, so you won't have to siege for that.
Yeah.
And in the other cases, if you don't have a unique ranged unit and you don't have spare production, because I didn't really have any spare production, it's it's a tough one to build. Also, the vegetation, when there is a vegetated terrain in the way in the block's line of sight, it's really annoying. And that was on the eastern front, for example, against the Mina, there was a lot of vegetation, and he has those burning archers. So if I spend some money on the burning on normal archers, I think it would be a waste of production. But in general, they're okay. A big thing is that in multiplayer, there's also a bug sometimes that melee units keep the +5 from first strike, even though they're not at full HP.
Mm-hmm.
So you really struggle dealing damage with non-unique ranged units very often against proper horses, or because of the first strike buff.
Yeah.
But the reason why I didn't go for it was just the terrain, and I went for ballistas instead.
Yeah, well, the ballistas did help you take down the city a lot faster, but whenever they were attacking units, they were not doing anything. It was so funny to watch. They were
that's
scratching
true.
the units.
That's true. I just try to get through there as quickly as I can, but I expected him to have less units. I had a scout on the other side of his city, or close to it, and I thought he'd be... I didn't see a lot of units every time I looked, but I was wrong. He had a lot left.
A lot of units, yes. He was one-turning those archers everywhere. Like, it was... unfortunately, the land, actually, I think, was the thing that stopped him, because of the one-tile chokes that you could keep in check, and he couldn't deploy all of those archers against your units. When you started actually going with that unit through the mountain choke towards the north, it started becoming really dangerous for you, because you went into like 4 or 5 archer sites.
Yeah, that's why I didn't continue down. That's why I was like, okay, I would have had to go around overall to do something.
Yeah, to the west. Yeah, true.
And that would have taken a long time. And I thought it's better to go get some eco, not make anyone unhappy. But I don't know. It is what it is. Mistakes were made.
I do want to comment over here. I did have scheduled later on tonight at 1800 GMT, one of the CWC games. I'm not sure if this game is going to be finished by then, but looking at how the wars are going, I don't know. It might be. I have no idea. How do you think this, like usually when this happens as the stage of the game, what would be the next steps for the players? So Xerxes definitely is just going to stay all alone. He's going to try to get his legacy paths. In Batuta is still going to be fighting Amina for probably the majority of the game, at least this age. And in the south, we already see them punching through, no?
I think Greece, Shoni, Machiavelli is dead. I think
looks
it's
like
a matter of time
lost,
before he dies.
Yeah, he lost Argos. He's losing Argos. Actually, he's lost whatever that other city was from his opponent. And
Yeah,
looks like
and I think
strength.
there's nothing he can do anymore to stop it. He's lost too much, and the level 12 commander is gone. I mean,
He has a level. He has another level 10, at least that.
Oh, 2 actually, 2 level 9, yeah.
Yeah, look, 1 5 1.
Oh no,
10.
I can spell. Whoops.
I can spell. Yeah, I love the name, by the way. I can spell. Yeah, all of the people, indeed. Yeah.
I don't know. I think the death is coming for Shawnee. Too few units, right? There's just he's also out-taking him, I think, by a lot. He has 50 science there, Mr. Machiavelli. I don't know how much I can spell as currently. Let me check. In 100. I mean, double the science, so it's inevitable.
It's inevitable. This is this switch of the era just changed the outcome of the war. 0 from the player. 0 impact from the player. This is what I hate about the mechanic. If it was dependent on the player making that, sure, but it's not dependent on the player. It's just the game chooses the outcome of the winner.
Yeah, I can only repeat that I strongly disagree, but it's okay. You don't like it, yeah. I mean, it's just something that you have to consider, right? It's gonna happen. Everyone has its timings in the game. That's why I attacked with Charlemagne Maya, because I had the timing advantage, the tech advantage. And if you misjudge that and you fuck up, then you die. You know, I mean, for some
that
people,
simple, no?
it's for Carthage, for example, because you have only one city. All you do is you try to survive antiquity so you can reap your benefits for exploration. So you're making a gamble that you will not die. And he managed to hold and didn't die, and now he's killing.
Well, I mean, he was dying. That's the thing. He was dying.
But he had a lot. I mean, I don't know how many troops he had.
No, he didn't have any more troops. That's the thing. He just got a big, massive investment of troops because of having a lot of cities.
But you don't get anything for having cities.
Then I don't know. Explain it to me, because he didn't have this many units. You can look back on the stream, or maybe look in the save. Would actually this would be quite nice to take a look at the last save from the last turn or previous turn from the age.
Yeah, I could load my save.
Load it.
I can
Let's actually see. Load into his empire.
Give me a second. Maybe that's. But yeah. It's I don't know. The thing is, in for me, the key component in Civ7 is always what antiquity do you have? What civ? What leader do you have? And how do you progress afterwards? Like, these are the crucial decisions that they determine how you have to play and what timings you got, and
Of course,
when you can fuck up and when you can't fuck up,
or what you need to do to open up whatever leader you wanna get in the exploration.
Yeah, the civs, exactly. How do you prepare?
Yeah.
What options do you make yourself available, and how are you then gonna adjust your playstyle, because you don't know which civ will be available for you.
Yeah,
But I know when I play Maya
right?
Charlemagne, I think I have 3 or 4 civilizations that I could play, and how I would play them in the given map, with the given map, and the game state, and then I choose based on that. If you have a condition like, okay, I need to be successful now, because if we roll over to extra, I'm gonna die, then you have to be successful, otherwise you die, right? Because that was your condition to be successful, you know what I mean? And if you don't meet it, then you have to adjust your gameplay or your strategy.
I was just watching the damage counters from these units of Ahsoka going against so tier 1 units going against tier 2 units. They were triple shotting them. Wow, amazing. That's some amazing damage. Anyway, Argos has fallen, and I think we also did have Buck again fallen. It switched sides. Your capital city switched sides again. Sivad lost it, and it looks like he's gonna lose more cities on the right side. What is the worst going? So this is unknown. Unknown is okay. This is him. This is Amina.
So I'm loading in turn 67 there.
Share, please.
Oh, 1 second. Why do I share my screen here? What's best?
Discord. I have no. I guess Discord. No. Oh, I see on your screen. Okay, give me a second.
Okay.
Let me pull it up.
So, how many troops?
So look at this. He had 1, 2 spearmen, 3 spearmen in one city. 4, okay. Another 1, 2 in another city. Then that city got taken, right? The next turn, that city got taken.
This one here?
Yeah, that one. Then if you look at the opening of the next stage, because all of the units, hoplites got pushed back, I don't know, he got an insane amount of troops everywhere.
I mean, right now he has 10 spearmen on 3 archers, right? And a horse. It's
in the next one.
Map is beautiful, man. What is this? Can I trade?
I know. This was amazing. Like, look how much salt he has. WTF, man.
Everything, the space and, the neighbors, you know. Only nice neighbors. 1. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's 10 spears, 3 archers, and he has gold. 200. He gets another 200, so he can buy. Look how much a spearman costs in the city. 65.
Yes. He
But he can buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spearmen, 8 spearmen a turn theoretically if he has the gold. So maybe that's what he did, right? Holding, retreating, and then just buying 8 spearmen.
Man, maybe
Because
maybe
he has
you're
one
right,
silver
but I didn't see
here,
it happening.
another silver there. Well, he doesn't have the silver, but one. We can just check here. Just one silver, and maybe he got the celebration thing. Yeah, 50% gold towards purchasing units during a celebration. So he's and
Wait,
he didn't
can
take,
you take a look
right?
at his celebration? You can, right? Look at his policies. Look at the policy.
Yeah.
Left. Yeah, that one. One turn left. Oh, there we go. So he got the celebration. This is what happened. He got the celebration stuff. This is the one turn right before, or right?
No, there's one turn left, but now he can, if he wanted to, he can now buy a lot of troops. And even without it, the thing is also he didn't tech to ironworking, right? So the units remain cheaper. So he's just buying tier 2 spearmen, and they are very cheap as well.
And then they get to upgrade anyway in the next one.
Exactly, yeah. So he was just trying to survive. That's all he did, pretty much. And then he bought, I think, enough units so he can fill up his commanders, plus the 6 that you can take with you. And
How
then
many commanders? One. Does he have a second command? He didn't even have. No, he does. I think it's in the city of Carthage. I see a level 6. Okay, so he has 2 commanders.
Judas the Joe tier, 4 commanders.
Four commanders. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't see.
Assuming now that he's not losing that one.
Oh, I see 3.
Oh wait, is it 4? Nah.
I don't know. I cannot spot the 4th one. I see 3, but I don't know where the 4th one is.
No. Oh, he's building one still. Okay. No, then he doesn't have 4. Yeah.
Weird.
You're right. Yeah, 3 currently. Yeah.
Maybe he lost one and it's still recovering.
That's possible. Yeah, that's possible. I think it was just the timing. Yeah, he was not able to push a guy. Also, I don't see siege from Greece here, so no ballistas to take down that stuff faster.
He did like the city walls weren't a problem actually, or at least the city defenses. He went through them like butter. The units they just kept on, how to say, deleting each other's units slowly but surely, eating into each other's units, trading them. I guess would be a correct word.
Oof.
Does seem, I do have to say, the biggest yields were from eBatut at the beginning of the stream, but now it at the beginning of this age actually. But now it seems like Civat is lower. Wait a second, no, he still has 354 science and 281 culture, even though he lost the city, the capital city from your side, right, back, and he's getting attacked. Okay, he managed to stabilize to the south of Indrapura, push back those chevaliers, got the cities on the other side of the on that island there on the right side, has 3 cities that will soon start. Oh, wait a second, he doesn't have in all 3 cities the resources. He only has rubies and I don't know what was in the north, in that northern city. Oh, more rubies over here. No, this is the same city. Never mind. I got I got confused because it went directly into the build quarter and the change of the screen. Oh well, it is what it is.
I'm eager to see what Kage is gonna do. I think he's just gonna play the full eco game here. Or is he gonna attack Amina? I don't know. I think he should probably wait until Sved and Unknown have killed each other somewhat.
Does he need to though? Like he's out taking everybody. Do you need to do this? Because let's be real about this. Machiavelli and Ahsoka are kind of out of the game. They won't be ever able to get to the same text of their opponents, no? With 350 science versus 50? That's just not happening, no?
That's true, but the thing is, you only gotta survive with, if you're Ming now, right? And you take Knossos, I think you're gonna take all the good cities now from Greece, or from Shawnee. You're gonna have 15 places, very level commanders, and you're just gonna make it till the end of the age.
Oh, you make it, yes. Not with
you
good
don't
stats,
really
but
have
you
to
make it.
kill the others now, right? You have to. You killed your opponent basically. You're in a corner, so you're not really scared of Unknown, because if Unknown attacks you as well, he'll have to deal with Svea, and then there's still Kage still, right? Xerxes threatening you. So I think he can chill. He just has to finish this war, win it, and then relax. Also, he has so much more space in the south to settle that he could probably or they can make sure that he's getting all the important resources for next age, oil and stuff. I don't know how he's gonna win though if Sviat is not being stopped. That is gonna be tricky in modern age. But in general, his position is probably better than Gageno Kami's here for next age. Although he took a lot back as well. I don't know. I think they all have a fair chance. Depends on how the war now goes with the peace.
Wait, how do you consider? You need to explain this a little bit more. How do you consider that I can spell Naex and Unknown actually have any chances to do anything in the modern age?
The Nax doesn't.
Or-
Nax doesn't.
Okay, so Naex doesn't. How does how to say? How does I can spell from the south? It's on 80 science and 93 culture.
Yeah, currently, but I mean, there's still a lot of going. Once the war is over, he can start building stuff in general. He has quite decent cities and towns already. And the thing is, you have what do you have at the transition of the next age, right? You're gonna keep all the ageless buildings,
Yes, if you build them.
and it's all the transitions that you take with you, all the ageless buildings, and then the rest is just there, gives you a minor stat boost. So if you take all the relevant cities from Greece, you're gonna have all his ageless buildings that he already built. So now he's coming to the juicy part if he managed to get it. That will give him an economic advantage. And then you have a player with 15 towns, and the settlement limit at the beginning of modern is 16, unless you have a memento or something. So he'll be in a similar position than the others. It's just a matter then how are the traditions and what golden age did you maybe reach in exploration. And there's still a possibility for him to go for science golden age.
But does not take into account the bonuses from the switch, from the legacy paths, right? That you get into the exploration, which are going to become quite powerful bonuses in the modern age. For everything that you can get, if you do manage to get, for example, the science or the economic, it's going to be very important in the modern one to actually have those.
That's what I mean. Science is still a possibility. I mean, he's Ming. It's
Yep.
after Abbasid, the strongest science civ I think you can pick.
Yeah, but getting
just-
to 40 yield tiles, I don't know, man. You know, like, especially when you're warring and you keep on needing to replace your armies, I don't know.
That's what I mean. Depends on how long the war goes, right? I
Yeah,
mean, if he's really now not getting through and it's stopping. And did you see the damage now on the 45 tiles?
I saw he's going so quickly through that defense. Like Naex doesn't even have anything anymore. This is incredible.
No, but I meant on the left side. He shot this one guy and did 13 damage. That was 45. Then he shot the other one on the other side that wasn't fortified and did 60 damage. This is why you need to fortify. Otherwise, you're gonna die. This is really important.
Yeah.
But he's not doing it currently. But if he manages to win the war now relatively quickly without spending 500 years in that, I mean, if it's a war until the end of the age, then I think it's unlikely that he's gonna win this.
God. I do have to ask also another thing. I see gold is not always getting used over here, even though they did have the opportunity to actually increase speed up either their war efforts or getting their sim much better. Why do you think they're not actually spending so much gold? Like, look at Ahsoka right now. He's Machiavelli, sorry. He's 1,300 gold in the bank. He could buy
I don't know.
units. Easily could
I
buy
don't know.
units.
I just checked everyone. I mean, a new CD costs 1,000 gold, so that's what Sviat might be saving up for.
Okay.
I mean, Abbasids with his 950, you need 1,000 to get another city.
Yeah, but
why
he's,
Neox says 1,300, I don't know.
He's not really getting pushed by anybody, no, right now. I see his opponent, Amina, did slow down his attack to a crawl, just got your capital and then stopped.
Yeah, they pieced.
Yeah, the beast, yeah.
So I think he's just getting ready now to get another city, maybe in the New World even. Start building it up. Because almost every place that he has is a city already in the old continent. So Sviat is looking really solid right now. Yeah.
Was also wait. Jordan is asking us if these are all humans. Yes, right now there are all humans. We don't really we don't really enjoy playing against AI because it's really stupid. Like you don't get challenged. Like no, anyway. Please Cosmo. So the map is so cramped. Is this one continent? There are actually multiple continents, and of course you have the distant lands as well. No, we cannot open up the lands because we're not really in the game. We're watching the Discord streams. Unfortunately, Firaxis did not want to implement the spectator mode in their game. I have no idea why.
Firaxis is a troll,
Wow.
really.
Yeah, like wow, man.
Too modern a feature.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at that. We got Imbatuta over here managing to get 400 signs. He's 4 times more, 2 times than his competitor, his next competitor, and 4 times more than everybody else. What is this?
I don't think that matters too much, but yeah, it looks good for him. Can chill. It's really the most dangerous part for Mr. Eben is again on the next age transition when he loses the Mamluk buff.
So wait. You need to give more details over here. You don't think it matters that much that there's so much difference in yields acquired by science and culture? Like going through the Tech 3 or Civic 3 much faster is not that big of an advantage?
It depends on what you're doing, right? He's currently not at war. No one's attacking him. So the science he's getting is just for eco buildings in his place. And they only matter to the extent that you can go for science victory or other things, right? Or prepare for the next age. But per se, you're not going to get, I don't know, you're not going to get the biggest advantage if you're now going to future attack. I mean, if you do it 5 times, probably, but that's unrealistic.
No,
But apart from that, it's all about what do you have in the next age.
Well, if
And the problem with Abbasid is you're gonna have the best signs in the game, and everyone knows that. But on age transition, you lose all the combat strength from the Mamelukes. You're just gonna have normal units. Abbasid doesn't give you any defensive advantage with units.
Yeah.
Sorry. So when Amina rolls in there with cavalry, there's a chance that he can just march through. If he plays it well, it depends on what he's gonna pick and how it's gonna play out. But in general, it's not guaranteed now for him to steamroll through the game.
You see,
there is no. I mean, he can get wonders, right? He can get a lot of advantages for modern. But the thing is, how are you gonna secure the advantage in modern?
That's a good question, and I was thinking about the legacy path. Like him going through the Tekken Civic 3 so quickly will allow him to get the necessary buildings that might actually get the Golden Age bonus in the next one.
Yeah, you go science, Golden Age, and then you try. I mean, he's going for science victory, but it's not a settled deal that it's over. Is what I mean.
Okay.
Because Kage can still attack him. I mean, Xerxes, Spain next age can attack him. Unknown, they can both attack him. And if he loses a bunch of these good cities that he has there, because all of his cities are super juicy with the ageless buildings and the science Golden Age, then all the science wanders to your neighbor. So it's it's a double-edged sword. Not really. I mean, he has a great advantage. He can get future attacks, get more points in, get more buffs for the next era, but you don't have a military advantage, and militarily is where you might struggle at the beginning of the next age.
Yeah, the resetting and promoting for free the units is quite weird, I guess.
I mean, that's what keeps it interesting and why the choices are so important of what you chose previously and later. It's also with the leader. Like, you can combine a military leader and an eco-civ, and then another eco-civ, and then hope that the military leads enough. Well, someone plays eco-civ and then combines 2 military eco-leader and then 2 military civs that give you stacking bonuses for the later ages. So, there are various approaches that you can take, and you have different strong, different peaks.
I think they just need to make sense for the player base to actually like them. Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's always going to be a solution. I'm just saying they need to be accepted, no? It needs to make sense. Make it make sense. Well, slowly but surely, this Machiavelli empire is going down. Nothing much that he can do. I do also see Argos is having one of those rebellion icons over there with 0. If he rebels, oh man, if that's it, he rebels, that's gonna be funny.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. I think Firaxis is not looking at multiplayer things at all, too.
Are
to
they?
fix
I think
bugs
they
or something.
are, but they just don't know what to do.
Okay, that's also possible, yeah.
Because they did advertise this as a multiplayer game, no? They did make all of that big bada boom in what was it, in Hamburg, with getting all of the single player streamers to fight each other on the scene and so
Oh,
on.
really?
That kind of screams they are onto multiplayer, no?
But having lobbies where you can't even change settings, sus.
Yeah, it was and it was funny that to see that they wanted multiplayer and they got all of the streamers that were single player to fight each other. Not one multiplayer streamer went in there. Well, I mean, to be honest, it was for the safety of the other ones, of the single players. I'm pretty sure you do get one multiplayer, one of our multiplayer boys in there. It doesn't even matter who. Just get one of the streamers. He's just gonna take down everybody else.
The game's definitely gonna be longer if no one knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I'm eager to see what Kage's plan is here, because he has everything on the border of Amina. Maybe he wants to start a war at later stage here. It kind of looks like he's preparing for it, no?
Yeah.
He's
looks
allied with Abbasids, so the thing is, what I don't understand, what is Kage's victory condition then? I mean, if he lets Svea there freely bolster his lands, where is it gonna go? I don't. This is gonna be exciting. I mean, if I can spell continues to spend 500 years in this war, he's gonna be irrelevant. Yeah.
I do see Flux was saying if was asking me if I really think Civ7 is worth the $77, and the quick answer is at this development stage, no. And also he was asking if BBG had launched for Civ7. Yes, there were quite a few updates being done by BBG. BBG in this version is not as how to say deep as the one that we did have in or the one that we do have right now in Civ6. Mostly is number changes rather than anything else over there as mechanics, and we will need to see if this keeps on going. I do find it a bit chaotic, the development right now of of BBG, because it's going too fast. Like the updates are way too fast between the versions. The players just don't have time to get to interact with them in a good amount of games. Like I don't think there's you can make that much of an informed decision out of like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 games. You need more. You need 10, 15, 20 games and a diverse pool of players to go through the options. Yeah, because like you said, right, you can get different solutions for the same problem. And changing the math on the BBG side, it will change also the possible solutions that you can get to the problems that you have in the games. The main issue here is to figure out, to give time to enough players to figure out the solutions possible. So BBG changes do actually make sense, and they don't actually slow down actually instead of speeding up.
I mean, I feel like I'm just here to speak against. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that out of principle or something. I very much like the game, and I got 500 hours in it now, so I think it was worth it, and I think it's worth it. But it's definitely a different kind of jam than Civilization 6. You gotta be aware of that. And I haven't played Civilization 6. I only played 5 a little bit, and I played more Warhammer 40k, Gladius, or Civ7 that was recently released in November. Were games that have a much stronger war focus overall. It's a Warhammer game, yeah. So I'm not the one that does a whole lot of. I mean, I do like the eco part, right? But only to the extent that it allows me to war. So it's different perspective. And for that perspective, I really enjoy Civ7 a lot because it makes it interesting. You have very, very good choices, like where do you attack, how do you stack units, where do you put them, how do you rotate them, and this is what makes it really interesting for me. So I think it's a very good game in that regard. And I agree partially with the PBG stuff. I mean, at the beginning there were some changes where when I know I talked with Phoenix at least a lot at the beginning about the changes, and we didn't understand some of them. They were a bit too hasty. But since then, I think the people deciding or voting on that, the range of people has expanded. And now I'm also one of them voting on things. So it's getting better, I have the feeling. But yeah, sometimes changes come too quickly or need a bit more debate. But yeah, mostly it's numbers games. I think it's too early to change any game design things, especially with Firaxis taking care of that to a certain extent with the food change and cavalry change and stuff like that. So stuff is happening. But yeah, I think I don't think we have agreed on an interval yet, or even discussed an interval. But in general, if it's every month or so that there's a BBG patch, or every 3 weeks, to just adjust some numbers slightly, because it's mostly not completely reinventing the wheel, as you said, just making some things worth being played. For example, you can play Egypt, and Egypt has a tradition that gives you +1 food on navigable rivers.
Yes.
Flat +1 food on a ship. So in Modern Age, I played it yesterday. In Modern Age, I had this tradition, and due to the spawn, I had only 4 tiles of navigable river. I got 4 food from it in Modern. And you have the same tradition with culture. So I had 2 traditions that carried over throughout the game, and they gave me 4 food and 4 culture in Modern Age. And you know, things like that. This is insane. You can't wait for Firaxis to do something about it, because it's super useless.
Yeah, the double horses on Scythia, for example. Oh, you don't know, from Civ6, they made so not only you had +5 against wounded units on your cav units, and you could buy them with faith, but you also did get double every time you built one.
So that's the opposite. That was like when the numbers were correct. Yeah. But sometimes Firaxis does things where I'm like, how did you come up with these numbers, man? What are you doing? And that's what
Have you ever
BBG
played the game?
And that's what BBG is mostly trying to fix currently, in my opinion. Yeah.
Wait, did the city-state just take over another city-state? Look at that. Abalesa just got a city from Ashoka. Oh my god.
Where is that?
Southwest. Look in the south. Like.
No, whose screen? Because I can't look in the south.
I guess unknown screen. I mean, there's no screen that is actually giving us the information. You can see it on the map over there. You see there's like 2 cities that are white right next to each other.
Yeah.
Well, one of those cities was Ahsoka's.
I became independent. Yeah. Maybe all the rebels took it. Or maybe the rebels attacked it, like the city-state attacked it and took it. I didn't see.
Yeah, Red Phoenix really likes to pay top dollar for beta games over here, by the looks of it. Also, the Brazil, hello there, sir, and good evening. Good day.
Evening. And what I see a lot also here in now watching Neox here, what is a big thing in this whole military game thing is that people use their commanders stationary, right? They put them somewhere, leave them there, and then wait for stuff to happen. And very often they walk units out of its command range, attack, and then you have attacks that have, I don't know, 10 less combat strength than they could have. And that just accumulates to people losing troops unnecessarily, or just losing wars, or prolonging them. I know, he walked. It's also a bit tricky. If you hover over an enemy, you see the numbers while you're within the combat range, right? The command range. But if you move 2 tiles, you're out of it. And this makes it so I see it very often that people attack while the commander is just not moving. There's a beacon of hope, but doesn't move. Yeah. Stationary.
I noticed we have a city from Machiavelli very far away from his own cities. I don't know how he got that one there. You see it on the western side of the main continent. It's like at the tip of that end of the peninsula. If you take a look at what was it, Imbatuta stream, he has all of the vision of the continents. There's one city over there very far away from everybody else. He's gonna stay alive with that one city.
I don't, on the bottom left.
Yeah, bottom left, look at that.
He's sneaky. He's gonna do some crazy pincer movements now with Mr. Shoka.
Oh my god, there's so much clutter in the city centers. Look at that. You cannot discern anything. I was looking at it. How to say? Who's this? Civ7? The Civ7 stream, and he was starting to take a look at his cities over there. You cannot discern anything. There's just buildings, buildings, buildings. Some walls here and there, and some lines.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you didn't get used to it playing Civ6 to actually get to read the opponent's territory extremely quickly, right? Because you can see the districts are quite easy to discern. The buildings, if they build buildings or not in the districts, it's quite easy to discern, even through the fog of war. Everything is.
I think I only ever look at. I mean, the important buildings are kind of visible or are distinct, like wonders or unique quarters, but the others kind of meld together. That's true. I only really look at it if I try to discern what an enemy is doing. So I did that when I tried to check what Kage no Kami was doing previously. I checked whether he's building libraries or monuments or barracks and stuff. But I don't see it by looking at it. Yeah, I have to hover over the terrain. Yeah, it's true. So discernibility is not really there. But mostly it's also rather irrelevant, really. I wonder what the game plan is for Kage here. Whether he's gonna do a backstab on Eben or whether he's just gonna start a war with Amina. Because he's just lining up stuff now.
I mean, to be honest, 711 science, 476 culture, just getting bombards and like yeah.
But he can't attack with Abbasids. You can't.
You cannot do anything, huh?
You can only defend with it. You get the best. You get some of the best eco stats in the game, but you can't attack.
Oh, kick. Yeah, he's converting from what I do see as much as possible. And one of the things that I would really want to take a look at, and it's unfortunate that I cannot, the legacy pass to see their progression through them. It would be very helpful to actually see what's going on. How many turns are in the exploration? Like 50, 60, just as the same as the other one? Because it looks like we're 50% of the way there, so I would imagine. Oh my. Schneitzer, I do have to say, you mind picking up the English stream if I do need to get into the CWC game later on?
Yeah. Thank you for having me and enjoy.
Oh, thank you for
have a good time.
Also being here. The stream is like 2 hours from now, but I just want to make sure there's somebody that can keep up the stream. I'm just gonna like raid you and start up another stream basically.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, thank you, good sir, and see you next time. Take care.
Wait, what? Not now. I have another
Not
hour.
now. I thought now. What?
No, I have another hour. It's fine.
Oh, I thought you said it's gonna be in 2 hours, but you wanna prepare and chill.
Oh
and stuff.
man, I would love to, but responsibilities and stuff like that. I still need to be here. So.
Okay.
Yeah. To be honest, I got a little bit confused because initially it wasn't shown as Sunday. It was just 27th of April, and I was thinking it's gonna be on a Saturday. And I just made my schedule available on Saturday, and then a few days before Saturday, I figured out it's actually Sunday. So I couldn't change anything anymore. Okay. So I just we do this how we do this. You know? Yeah. Like a LAN and stuff like that. Okay, so it does seem like we don't have a big discrepancy.
We got a war declaration from Amina against Iconspell here. He's moving in.
Oh,
yeah, okay. Unknown is moving in.
So wait, he might actually save Machiavelli from full death.
He is saving Machiavelli from full death.
Well, we only have like chevaliers over there, and it does seem, I do think actually Amina does have more than decent amount of strength. I did also notice this other mechanic, which I also find kind of weird, using the army commander to get to shift units from one side of the army commander to the other side of the army commander. It's very weird mechanic, very weird.
That's
mechanic.
Necessary. You need to.
I understand. I understand it's necessary. Taking out the weak units, putting them in the back, putting new units in the front. I just find it like so weird that you get that extra movement point for them available.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's true. But he's doing everything he needs to do right now. I mean, kind of debatable, right? Because Kage no Kami might still attack. What is it? What is it playing? I forgot. Spain. Spain might attack Xerxes.
Yeah.
But taking Icon now, who is kind of very busy. I think it's a good opportunity. And do you see what Unknown was doing immediately? He was moving his horses in and fortified them immediately. Because I played the same setup against Mr. Unknown, but I was Normans and he was Ming.
Yeah.
And I did exactly that. I dropped my Chevaliers, I fortified them, and then I started killing. And I think he's doing that now as well. And the Ming is not as scary if you do that.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. I think I'm a bit concerned about Mr. Unknown. It doesn't have a lot of troops left next to Gageno Kami there, next to Spain. So this is gonna be interesting. Another thing you can do in the game is you can make a fortification with your commander, right? So you move your commander forward or to a certain spot and you fortify with him after you have dropped all the troops. And then you can advance with the commander next turn and occupy the slot then with another unit in the back. So it has protection already. And we'll see. This is definitely a dicey one though. Fully committing to this attack while Spain has so many troops at the board. And there's also no scout, right? You can only see the 3 knights and level 7 general. But if you look at Spain's perspective, he has everything there. He has the whole load there. So I hope Mr. Unknown is not overcommitting. Kind of looks like it. Or the threat, the chance, I mean, is there. The danger. A good thing though for Mr. Unknown is that if he's being declared upon, Shoni has a passive that he can support wars 3 times with people. So by trying to keep Nyaks in the game, maybe he's going to support his wars then 3 times. So maybe he hopes to get an advantage then over Spain. Plus it's only Spain, right? Because Abbasids won't attack or won't attack in a way that it's not worth mentioning. So he doesn't need to be scared there.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit AFK. AFK. I'm a bit not looking at the screen because I need to get the graphics animations done for later on. Just quickly going
fine.
through
I'm talking anyway.
yeah, good. Getting into the feeling of it. Very nice. I see the first city of Ahsoka is gonna go down. Also, how do you pronounce? Is it Ahsoka or Ashoka? Because I'm pretty sure you can pronounce
I know. I pronounce it Ashoka, but I've never looked it up.
Ashoka. Okay. So you do get that sh in. Okay, got it.
I do the shoot, but I'm German. I'm Austrian. I'm German speaking. We have a lot of sh. So
Yeah, exactly. We got a lot of sh.
I want to do all the sh I can find. I think Kage is getting ready. I mean, Xerxes is getting ready. I have to get used to saying something. I think Xerxes is the best because that stays the same. I think he's getting ready, but at the same time I see him in the new land doing things there. I don't know. Maybe he just has stuff there as a defense and doesn't want to fight at all. Maybe he's just ecoing up. I don't know. Sviat is just playing SimCity. Yeah, chilling. Getting treasure fleets home. And he's not going for future tech yet, so he wants to milk this age, right? Maybe get Eco Golden Age, get all the Golden Ages. I don't know whether that's a good idea, honestly. The longer you wait, the longer you drag the game out, the higher the chance that other people are gonna reach certain key points as well, right? That you've already reached since you're Abbasid and you did all that already. Giving people time to wage war still, conquer some territory, prepare themselves better, level the generals. So I don't know. Let's go over on what the fuck happened here. All his reinforcements are suddenly gone. Did he lose some rights to move through terrain? Maybe he lost open borders with his neighbor.
Yeah, maybe, but there's another pack of chevaliers that are coming in from Misuria, going
Yeah,
directly
it's
against the main cities, and that's gonna
it's
pincer
enough.
move. Yeah,
I
this
don't think
army
it's
here.
gonna be a problem either. Yeah. Oh, here we can see it. Oh! I'm gonna make a screenshot of that.
What happened?
Mr. Nick, we have a screen of the legacy points. I can
Oh,
bring it up.
you did?
Give me a
Okay.
second. I'm gonna send them to you. Second. Whoopa. So we got the point here. The relics are done by Mr. Eben, and Kage no Kami's Xerxes is on the way. Science, Abbasids or Eben is on the way, and also in the military one. So he's trying to, I think, fill out all of these things here before he's trying to push future attack, getting as many in as possible. I think that the legacy points are overrated though in general, because I mean you get economic advantage, right? But we're gonna go with that.
Well, you get economic, you get science advantage, culture advantage. It really depends on how you set up your empire. No, like having
Exactly,
those
yeah, I'm
extra
not saying
science
it's-
points on the all
Yeah,
of the campuses that you built is very important. Like universities or whatever you got in the first one, libraries.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're useless. It's just they're not no deciding factor that it's necessarily great, well, right?
Well,
I think the best thing about Civ7 is always it depends.
oh, I mean, yeah, sure, just like in Civ6. But at the end of the game, you do get to count these up, right? Get to add all of these legacy points, and I guess that's one of the slowdowns that we have right now, because we don't have a better way of getting the difference between the players, unless they just go full lore, and we totally deny the legacy path from being a available score of separation. I don't know.
You mean to determine how well the game is going for people?
Yeah, basically. Because
Yeah,
right now,
I mean,
this is the only
yeah,
way.
it's true.
You know?
There's no other way. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. I'm not saying that it's bad. It just I'm just saying that it looks like he's now going for it completely. He's trying to decide, or he's trying to go for or finish more legacy trees, and I'm not sure whether this is going to be worth it for him. But maybe it is. But it looks like he's trying to fill out all of them based on his tech. Now he's doing future tech, but there's still quite a lot of percentage points left until the end of the age.
We got a question here: why Civ7 is not casted in multiplayer like Civ6? Because Fire Access did not allow us to actually get into the game and observe the game. For some reason, they did not implement the mechanic of spectator mode into the game, so we can actually join the games and have the access to the information, have the access of the visibility, extra visibility that we would need to actually, take a look and analyze every one of the moves. So we're doing the in between right now, just taking a look at the streams, which is kind of confusing, but we still are trying to gather the information as best we can from the players, because we get only sneak peeks, right? We cannot actually watch what they're doing and when they're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunately, like look at the legacy pass. Like when you're playing the game, you're fully focused, right? And you don't need to spend the extra seconds that you need to refocus where the things are, because you already know. You're opening up, you click on the legacy path, you already know where to look for the number so you just need a half a second, right? You just need to watch it. That's it. But others that would observe, they would need a lot more, 2-3 seconds to get to realign themselves to the new picture.
Yeah, definitely. I watch a lot of Age of Empires 2, competitive Age of Empires 2.
Yeah.
And I'm not playing it myself. I'm too slow to play Age of Empires. I'm too bad. But it's the same there, right? There's now a software that allows you to spectate properly, but by default the spectator mode is rather bad, and there's so much information missing, right? And if you don't have these things as a viewer, you don't want to spend time all the time. Oh, I have to hurry now. I hope I saw that because it was just there for a second on the player's screen or whatever. It's important, and I'm not offering a spectator mode is just trolled by Fluxus, in my opinion.
This is incredible. I don't know.
Because you need all the information on the screen and not 5 screens and hoping that he clicks on that so you can see what's going on.
Yes, I agree. I don't know what's going on over there. I guess they like to troll us. You know,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
I think Unknown is overcommitting, by the way. Unknown now.
Unknown.
Amina, he might be too greedy there because
That second army
Icon's
is still
defense
far
looks
away.
solid. He has a lot of tier 1 units still fighting there, it's the Unknown, and he doesn't have metal casting yet, so no tier 3 horses, and also no tier the extra 3 combat strength on attack.
He didn't
So
even
he's
upgrade all
missing
of his.
some. Sorry?
He didn't even upgrade all of his units. Like the Chevaliers are still 1 arrows and not 2 arrows. If you
Yeah, that I don't understand because he has 3,000 gold.
yeah, I know, right?
This is I mean, we're at 64%. You're not saving up to carry that to the next age because, especially when you're throwing units away that are tier 1. This I don't understand. Then, yeah, I think it's just an oversight of him.
Well, it does look like we're still gonna have over there in the north, in Batuta, or whatever he's playing right now, still all alone, not a problem to get the win.
Whatever he's playing right now.
I think that's the way.
I see what you did there. Yeah.
That's how it is in Civ7, no? Whatever he's playing, yeah, let's see. Okay. Sure.
He's just building up an army now for next stage.
Yeah. Well, the more options they're gonna add, the more meaningless they're gonna be in the long term. Yeah, imagine long term. 70 leaders in the antiquity age, 70 leaders exploration age, 70 leaders in the modern age. Just imagine for a second that kind of game, because this is where it goes. You know, this is insane.
Sounds good to me. A lot of choice.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, you're gonna say exactly like me. That guy playing whatever he's playing against that other guy playing whatever he's other playing.
It sounds good to me unless I'm getting kicked out of the 2 hours that I have to cast. Then it might be a little bit tricky to do that. Yeah.
And it's good to have so many changes. It just gets extremely quickly confusing. And like talking about balancing out 210 civilizations. Oh, good luck with that. We have
First we have to get to that. Currently, it's 12 in antiquity.
Yeah.
It's really not a whole lot of, I don't know. It's not mystery right now. It's not the rocket science. Since I mean, if you have a tradition that gives you modern age 4 food, I think we can agree on that being shit. I mean, I don't have to, you know, there's not fine tuning balance here. This is like, come on, man, this sounds like the biggest crap you have to offer.
Did you watch the series Stargate?
No.
No. There was an episode over there that like it literally put into image what I'm how to say, the idea of trying to balance out this stuff. There was a machine on a planet that had a lot of buttons, and all of them were synced to each other. Basically, they were like levers. You pulled one down, but another 3 went up, and so on and so forth. And you pulled another one from the other side up, and another 3 went down from the other side, or 4 or whatever. It was extremely.
Yeah.
It's basically like balancing the civs in Civ 6 or Civ 7, you know, because that's how it is.
That's what I think. I mean, there are not many levels currently, right? There's not much that goes up because there are only 12.
Yeah. Imagine increasing that number, right? Just exponentially.
And another thing is, people are currently mostly playing Antiquity, or only, I have the feeling, and no one's talking about Modern because people don't even get to Modern
They
Age.
don't even get to modern. Yes.
So the whole balancing thing for me currently, that's why at least I kept advocating is, the only thing you can do currently is try to find a way so that all civs remain useful as well. So if you have a civ that, like, for example, Mississippi, Amina played Mississippi in Antiquity,
Yes.
and that has a scaling tradition, right? So in Modern, it's possible it gives you 100, 150 gold.
Mhm.
It's not wow, you know, but it's pretty good. It really pays off, and it's gonna be a reliable source of income. But if you play fucking Egypt with its 4 food, I mean, You know, this is it's all about the stacking. What are you going to have? Because Egypt is going to be gone then. All the things that Egypt has or does in this age,
Yeah.
it's rather one dimensional. Afterwards, it's gone, but the traditions remain. And if this balance is not there, so everything pays off of having played it previously, I think there's a struggle. And this is what at least I'm currently focused on mostly. And that's also why I pick the things that I pick, because I think this is what allows you to progress well in the game. I mean, you can also take Khmer, for example, what Eben played. All the specialists that you're getting and all the pop growth, especially with the reworked food now, you don't have a cap. You can just go high and high with pop, and all those specialists remain for the next age. So you can kind of call that a tradition bonus as well. I mean, it's pops, but no one else gets that much population that early. So that's also something that carries over. But some Civs currently are so bad with what they offer you in later stages of the game that it's not really. Very often, I think the discussion is pretty obvious, you know. And then people come with certain special situations like team games, and I think the game. I mean, this game doesn't even have a spectator mode. It's not balanced toward team games.
That's
or anything multiplayer, really.
I've seen some streams with team games like the 3 versus 3s that have been playing the last few weeks over here. It was a bit of a cage fight because the maps are way too small, and in the team environment you always want to go against the other team, right? And if somebody's going to have a neighbor that is going to be an opponent, he's going to want to get the military to take that opponent down in some form or another.
Yeah, it's pretty one-dimensional. There's not a whole lot of what will if. I mean, it just very often, at least, it's sacking war bonuses. I know there's more to it. But yeah. And by the way, have you known? I didn't see that Machiavelli made peace with icon spells. So it's just unknown there fighting alone. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Armada Siracusa has dreams over here that we're actually going to have a spectator mode supported by Pharaxis, man. I don't know about that. Like, maybe we have a bit of a, like, different expectations because we've seen them react to so many of these, like, requests in the history. They just totally ignore this part of the game. It's incredible. Anyway, it is what it is. I gotta also say, did you see the legacy paths? There's nobody catching up to Sivat anymore on the legacy paths. Like,
Unknown is not playing
so far
for that,
away.
I think.
He's like
I don't
double
really
the next
understand
one.
why Unknown is throwing away so many units now. I don't get it.
Oh wait, Unknown would be, where is it?
Sorry, Amina is losing so many units there because he has all the units in his reinforcements. The generals that he has on the front are not good enough to actually allow his cavalry to push through. So I fail to see how he's gonna what he's gonna do afterwards, right? What is the plan here? I mean, saving Machiavelli is friendly and all, but I don't know.
I think he just wants more cities for, or tries to get a few more cities for that military path to keep on adding points. But
you need to have your units there for getting to get something, right? Because currently he doesn't have the numbers. He's got everything in reinforcements, but they're not there. And again, maybe it was because there was the reinforcement problem that he had in between. That units got rerouted and kicked out of the reinforcement queue. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's now taking the other angle though. That's good because there's no commander buffing the troops.
He does have a lot of damage against his opponent. A lot more damage. I do also want to say I find it extremely confusing coming from Civ 6 when the damage counters were actually inversed. So you had your unit on the left side and the on the right side and the opposing unit on the left side. Here it's the other way around. Your unit is on the left side and the opposing unit is on the right side. So like if I look at that damage counter, immediately I get like the Civ 6 matchup in my mind. Like the interaction is going on in my mind as the
Yeah.
Civ6 one, but it's actually the other way around, and I had to force myself to switch that formula in my head for a few times here because I was saying different things. This is what it is.
Oh my
The
god,
challenges.
he's getting slaughtered. That
Yeah, I mean these whatever musketmen they are shooting with their I don't know how to call rifles in Argos. These are insane
Yeah.
units.
But he's, you know, this is the thing here. If you can't just rush headlong into something without full prep, right?
Well, look at him. He's drilling through the defenses of Ahsoka so quickly.
Yep.
Yeah,
He has
it's,
lost like 10 horses already.
yeah.
He's, I don't know. But that's the thing. You gotta usually attack on multiple fronts, even if it's the same guy, because of the commanders. If you're just in one one place, and the guy has a level 12 commander with extended range, you just need one commander in the middle, and it works pretty well. But usually the people don't have that many commanders on high level.
Yep.
So you gotta attack from multiple angles to find the weaknesses.
A thing that I also wanna ask, I did notice not many players actually at the beginning tried to actually spread their quarters/districts towards each other's cities, nor did they actually place the cities in order to have that available for them to connect basically multiple districts from multiple cities into one single big pile, like they do right now, because now, you know, second era, a lot more districts and so on. Why is that happening? Because you can definitely get it from the Antiquity Age. Okay, not perfectly, but you can get it through like at least 2 city setups, or get them in pairs basically. Wonders in the middle of the districts.
But I think it's because it's just rough.
It's
to
just faster.
do so, and
Okay.
also get something out of it, because you have a lot of terrain requirements for wonders.
Yeah.
So what wonder are you getting? Then you have a lot. Oh god. Oh. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I was just this commander was standing there with
Yeah,
half
I
HP.
saw.
Ah. Oh.
I was watching exactly that, and I was waiting. Is he gonna get attacked? Is he not? I did notice there's very little punishing actually on moves happening.
I think that's because he shot already. Maybe he knew that he shot already with all the troops.
Yeah, possibly.
But that's what I'm talking about with the commander movement, where people move around and take a lot of opportunity hits. That's something that we don't see too often, or a lot of people. It's too micro heavy for some, I think. But the other part is it's just really difficult to do, right? The adjacencies for wonders are also not particularly great, and sometimes you have really shitty places where you want to get the advantage now and not save it up for later for a potential wonder that you might get. At least
Yeah,
that's
but
it for me,
connecting
in many
the
cases.
districts, connecting the quarters, if you do manage to finish them, gives you more yields if you have multiple hitting each other, no? So if you
No.
manage to get them with the adjacency, it will help.
No, you don't get anything for that. No.
Yes, you do. What do you mean? He's next to the city center also, as well.
Only next to the capital. Quarters
I've
next to
seen
the
it.
capital, with one
try.
science and one.
Go try this. Go try connect the multiple cities with quarters in between them.
What do you mean? You have when they touch each other, a quarter and another
Yes,
quarter from another city. You
yes.
get a line, a connection.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of this. Maybe that's why.
I tried both ways, and I did see, yes, you do get those extra points from the capital being around, or I should say
what do you
next to the
get?
city center. And then I find it much better to actually put the districts in between the cities. But yeah, sometimes you just don't have the distance. It's
But what
too
do you
far.
get when you do that?
That's a good question. I think it depends on what stuff you got into the district, into the quarter, because it's every time it's different. I didn't
Sorry, I just-
take a look.
I see the Chevalier is now coming in.
visiting him.
500 on the time.
Yeah, look, Red Phoenix is actually adding to this. Different civs have different bonuses for adjacent quarters.
Yes. Yeah. Some civs have that with the unique quarters. Yeah. But what I do usually is I try to build my unique quarter that has an adjacency bonus for quarters next to the city center, and then try to put everything else around it.
Got it. I've seen other players try to mix everything around wonders, even if they're from the same city. They plan the quarters with one tile in between. You know, that's gonna be the wonder, and everything is going around that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of there are still a lot of people that make. I know it's stressful. You don't have the most time, and people make mistakes, and
yeah,
I don't know, different priorities.
It's I think it's well, first of all, in my opinion, placing down the quarters before you get the full build is going to give you less yields until you get the full build to actually touch the other quarters properly. So it's basically an investment in time to get more stats later on, but you have less stats at the moment of the build versus maybe you get like an in-between mountain that you're going to have a lot of cultural science for a campus, but you get it quickly and not wait another 10 turns to get it or 20 turns to get it.
Yeah, the earlier, the fast gain,
yeah,
definitely. It's the case sometimes. But I know what you mean, but I don't know. I have the feeling that it's a mixed bag sometimes, and also we don't have. I know I'm saying this all the time. Yeah. If bad, but we don't have a ladder yet, right? So most of the perceived people's competence is perceived.
It's perceived.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's normal.
You don't have lobbies against the same people anymore, all the time. Where you have we have the numbers there. You're like, okay, they played. I know he played 100 games and he has this rating or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have people in the lobby that are considerably weaker, the advantages of taking them over and then steamrolling or going from there are really, really high. So if you are in lobbies with people that are on a different level, I mean, you can tell that, right? That they're considerably weaker or they don't know military that well or something. Then you can really go from there, and significantly benefit from that. So if you have uneven lobbies, they might muddy the real competence of players because you can easily take advantage of them. So I think this is also something when you don't see something. Also, a lot of things people don't know. I mean, I have 500 hours now in the game, and there's sometimes thinking like, what? This is a thing. This happens, or this is buggy. I don't know. I've never used that, and that's also why with some civilizations in Exploration Age and Modern Age, I'm very hesitant to buff them or nerf them because I have no idea whether they're actually good or not because I'm playing something that suits my playstyle most of the time and not other stuff. Like I'm rarely ever playing a full sim game because that bores me to death. I'm not competent on judging a whole lot of things either, and I think there are many people who have a very one-sided experience of the game currently.
Well, to be honest, there's a lot more experience that needs to be acquired. It's a new game, and there's so many little things that are also changing every week or so. Not only Fire Access is changing stuff, but also BBG is changing stuff, UI is changing stuff. All of these little things require time for the players to get used to and properly optimize their builds. For example, whenever a BBG actually new version comes out for Civ6, it usually takes at least 2 weeks for the good players to get to know it, and then another 2-3 weeks for the other players to catch up to the good players, which basically it's faster because the good players are starting to actually stream and give advices. It's too much chaos right now in Civ7. Too quickly, too much. I guess we're gonna need to see. There is some value out of chaos also, right?
Yeah, but the 2 weeks sounds reasonable. I think I don't know when the last BBG updates came in Civ. I mean, one came a week ago, but before that, I think it was 2-3 weeks. So the intervals have slowed down here too for that, because many people pointed out what you just said.
We'll see. We'll see how things go.
Let's have a look at the stats from Iconspell. Okay, he's still. I mean, he's been warring non-stop for the past 40 turns. So.
What's
at the end of the age, I just realized.
I think I'm gonna leave you at the switch of the age over there, so you get how to say, you're gonna get the modern age. Do you think they're gonna keep on going after they already have basically like a kind of a winner? Well, that's the biggest question I have.
It's the rules.
Civ
Yeah,
is-
you play until you have the victory screen, and I
I
like
see.
it.
I see.
I
It's
would
basically Iron Man.
I would never surrender to science stats of Abbasids.
Okay.
Never. No, I would go there and try to kill it. Yeah, every time. Yeah, but there's also a reason why they teamed up on me and killed me early. There's yeah.
Yeah,
That might be
it
one of the
happens.
reasons.
You're building up quite a name for yourself. What can I say?
The guy that dies fast.
Or doesn't how to say, doesn't surrender. You know?
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dies with dignity. And it's gonna be my motto. Dying with dignity.
I mean, that's always something to cherish in the Civ6 community. We had the same thing. There's so much more value that you can get from the game if you fight until the end. You
agreed.
learn to min-max the war moves, which helps so much. Even if you have like easy wars, you've seen how many different war moves were made by mistake over here in the game. It is what it is. You need to learn
And once you're in a position, I know I had a game where I was down to one city and I was surrounded by a person that had, I know, like 6 times my units, and I milked it out until the end. I was like, if you want to kill me now, you're gonna pay. And then you're thinking about every single move. You're really like, okay, I have to treasure this unit because it's actually my last, and you get a lot out of trying things like that. Yeah. Clawing your way back from death is not bad.
Well, this is
Agree.
100%. 100% out of 100% for the victory.
It is.
Wow, 233 science on one, 69 on another, 191 on one, and 906 on Cibas.
And another thing that's important here though with the stats, since the resources are changing over the ages, it's possible that you lose adjacency bonuses, and it's also possible that you have, for example, much less resources to slot, and the Abbasid gets gold and science based on how many resources you slot. So
Man, look at this, he's double. Bro, he's double the next two. He's 21 points.
I'm not impressed. I'm sorry.
No, this is amazing. Anyway, it is what it is. I'm gonna raid you and gonna get something to eat in the meantime, so I can get prepared for the next stream. I got an hour and 20 minutes. Thank you so much for having me here, and also thank you so much for coming onto the stream and giving your opinion about stuff. I did see you stream so much out of the Civ7 content. Love it.
Thank you also for joining. I hope you can find a little bit more love for Civ7 in your heart.
I'm waiting. So don't get me wrong. I'm still here. I would like to stream also Civ7, but even if I stream Civ7, I get all of these talks on, I would say, in my chat about how weird it is, and they're waiting, and it's a beta version. It's not a beta version, and I kind of like, okay, kind of also have the same opinion. They could have done a much better job at the beginning of the opener, and they somebody over there definitely didn't fight enough for the quality of the game to be, top notch when they actually release it at such a high price. So
you need the money.
I mean, go early access. You need money, go early access. I don't know what to say. It's like,
I know.
It's like,
I'm not saying they do the right thing. I just said
yeah.
money.
Yeah. Well, have a good evening, and we're gonna get to see how this game ends.
Yeah. You have fun casting the next one, Civ6 one. Enjoy. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. How do I stop this, by the way?